asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me, I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing, I'm not religious. But remember this, I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me, it's hard to believe. And everything around me is so diseased. So answer this, who the fuck are you? And who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all his prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I've clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half-mast. Hard to live when the move so fast. And everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions. But where the fuck is the light of my tunnel? So hand me the balance, I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die? When happiness is in short supply, they hand you a pill and they tell you to try to love you. And I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit, this family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent, I gave in. I was hell-bent, I still lost you in the end. I take 2 sets forward and I take 3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction, maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention, God bless you with ears, but never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind, lose your mind.
Matt Foley, the preacher, came back to talk to you guys again.
Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. All my days really
Work's been kicking your ass, oh. Been hot as fuck the last couple days.
Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget, I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets. Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But inside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery. Pursue the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby. So fire up that cigarette, pour a shot that multiplies. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me.
Yeah, for sure, man. I bet you it's rough. 96 here today and heat index of 90. Yeah, I'm sure it's rough.
Take another hit, headed
I used to hate. They used to always somehow send me to fucking Texas, and when I worked for GE, I would always end up in Texas in summer. Like, it was horrible. Always Texas or South Alabama. Or a paper mill, nasty ass paper mill in Louisiana, all in the middle of summer, and then in the winter they'd send my ass to New York.
With clenched fists, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic. I'm a basket case. I step back, I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the
Woo woo!
Welcome back at a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. But drama free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain. Back to work and goddamn.
I didn't go school shopping today with the kids.
I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights, but I just
That's a mom thing.
Why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye, and the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days.
I could have said no, but at that time I was chasing dollar bills instead of my health or welfare or mental happiness, well-being.
Darkest days, darkest days. So I sit back and relax. Still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me. I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this. I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me, it's hard to believe. And everything around me is so disease. So answer this. Who the fuck are you? And who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all his prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half mast. Hard to live when the move so fast and everything around me.
Hey, Frank, I don't know if this is true. I'm assuming it is because I used to get, around the holidays, I would get all kinds of, like, weird Air Force stuff, like in a care package. But apparently one of my aunt's brothers that married into the family, so not really related to me, was one of the first pilots in the military to fly the stealth bomber, and he ended up on a picture later on when they revealed it. He ended up on a picture of like one of the trading cards. I don't know if you guys remember the military trading cards they used to have, but that's what I was always told as a kid. Once some more information was out about it, I'm sure he couldn't talk about it when he first started flying it, but once some more information was out, I used to get these weird care packages that were like the military baseball trading cards and like military stuff, like from the PX. Like, I don't know, he knew I was a little boy, right? But yeah, I always thought that was interesting. I'd like to figure out who that guy was, but we don't really have contact with that that side of the family much anymore.
I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Try to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in. I was hell-bent. I still lost you in the end. I take 2 steps forward and I take 3 steps back. You can hear the contradiction. Maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you
Money in the jeans, that's it. Man, I used to really let that company fuck me over. Like, I mean, I would do stupid stuff for money, like be falling asleep driving to Texas after working 18-hour shift in Alabama and then driving, 18 hours to Mission, Texas. Like, it was just stupid stuff. Wasn't worth it.
Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed.
Yeah, I know there was a point where, well, at least I was told that he couldn't talk about what he was working on when he was flying, because he spent like his career was like almost it was 38 years, 37 years, something way past retirement. But there was a point where I just got generic stuff, and then after it kind of, I guess, was no longer as classified or maybe stepped down or something, I remember getting a model of it, and I remember getting his picture, and he signed the little military baseball card. It was a really cool experience for a kid. Because like in, let's see, what year should you say? In 92, I was 3. So, I was like a kid when all this was happening. It was cool as hell to me. Anyways, guys, let's get started. Thank you for sharing your story, though. That's pretty cool that you're regarding Black Project, anything to do with a Black Project or stuff everybody else don't know about. That's cool as hell. All right, here we go, guys.
Come on, get relaxed. Take another hit. Headed for a relapse. Lose your mind, lose your mind.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up.
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
And yeah.
Woo!
And Mars in the house.
Hey. The jab. Pine needle tea.
Underground Doms save the children.
Social Security card claims. Birth certificate claims. Vatican Tunnel.
Medbed
Martial law.
1745. 10 Days of Darkness. Digging tunnels. Dogecoin.
I think it makes him a higher up,
19,
DK.
Vaseline. Boom.
Here we go,
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
it's some off.
Well, Johnny, you can go to mommy's basement.
You better buckle up.
The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Ain't seen none yet.
We are now the news.
Guarding a black side or a black project makes you a higher up, I think, in Charlie Ward's world.
The Celts were a Viking people who wound up taking over Ireland, taking over Scotland and England. The Celtic cross. I don't know. Back before I understood old time religion, I got a Celtic cross tattoo on my forearm. I can show it to you, but we're in the house of God today, and that's a whole different sermon about why not to get tattoos in honor of the dead. Amen. Amen. Or have markings on your body at all. But anyway, I digress. And if you wonder who the Celts were,
There you go. No tattoos on your body, especially the Celts who were Vikings, which is exactly incorrect. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Will Bird. This is Cold Beer Confessional. I don't have any of my lights on. No cheesy poofs, no TV preachers, no tattoos down by the river. Thank you for joining us. I am a washed-up gamer who knows how to use the gaming software, but I'm not very good at gaming. I'm a junkie dime store douchebag, host of a little show, but not the little talk show. That would be someone else. We're going to cover a couple different things today. We're going to check in with some people. I got a bunch of Scott clips that we never covered from his last tour. We can watch some of those. We got Brad, being Brad. I need to check in on him. We were mentioned today, sort of, without mentioning us. But first, before we even get started, before I even come out here and start shilling, we're going to talk about what I prophesized. It has come to pass. DHS is concerned about Trump reinstatement conspiracy theory. Top officials say DHS, top counterterrorism official, told members of Congress about the department's concerns in a private briefing. Oh, no. The conspiracy theory that Donald Trump will be reinstated as president in August has sparked concerns. The Department of Homeland Security, a top official there, told members of Congress Wednesday. The exchange came in a members-only briefing that John Cohen, the department's top counterterrorism official, gave to the House Committee on Homeland Security. 3 people familiar with the briefing described it to Politico. They requested anonymity to discuss the private conversation. In a briefing, Rep. Elisa Slotkin, a Democrat from Michigan, asked Cohen how DHS is following the spread of disinformation and conspiracy theories, as well as the way that discourse can fuel violence. She specifically brought up the conspiracy theory claiming that Trump will be reinstated as president in August, a theory Trump himself has reportedly promoted. Cohen replied that DHS is not aware of any specific credible threats of violence linked to the conspiracy theory about Trump being reinstated, but he added that DHS is following the discussion on the topic online among extremist communities. And he said department officials are highly concerned about it because it fuels the false narrative that the election was rigged, a narrative that may trigger violent response from extremists. The briefing's top, even if you don't believe this is true, it paints us in a bad picture from the get-go. It could be used to do more damage than it will ever be used to do good. The briefing's topic was domestic terrorism, but Cohen also fielded a significant number of questions from members about violent crime, which has surged in 2020 and 2021. Cohen said the DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas has directed officials there to look at factors fueling the violence that fall in the department's mission, and earlier in the week, the Biden administration rolled out a strategy to combat violent crime. Conspiracy theorists, notably including Mike Lindell, a pillow magnate who appears frequently in commercials on Fox News, have claimed in recent months that Trump will be reinstated as president by August. The New York Times' Maggie Haberman and National Review reported earlier this month that Trump himself has told acquaintances he expects to be reinstated as president by the end of the summer. Lindell told the Daily Beast that Trump probably reached that conclusion because he has been promoting it. Oh, no. Commenter Charlie Sykes wrote for MSNBC that the August date is based on guesswork and conspiratorial theories tied to non-existent election fraud in Arizona and a delusional hope that the Supreme Court will invalidate the election. If Trump is saying August, that is probably because he heard me saying it publicly, said Mike Lindell. A DHS spokesperson sent Politico a statement after his story published highlighting the department's emphasis on disinformation. The Department of Homeland Security, DHS, is focused on the nexus between the violence and extremist ideologies, as well as hateful and false narratives, the spokesperson said. DHS is enhancing its ability to prevent acts of violence inspired by disinformation, conspiracy theories, and extremist narratives spread through social media and other online platforms. And Sidney Powell, who did legal work for Trump as he tried to overturn the 2020 election results, told a QAnon conference earlier this year that he can simply be reinstated. So, I guess there's just 2 more paragraphs. I'll read it. A Morning Consult political survey from earlier this month showed that almost 1/3 of Republican voters have bought into the conspiracy theory. It traffics in the same themes of election rigging that fueled the Jan 6 attack on the U.S. Capitol. Republican members of Congress blocked an effort to establish 9/11-style commission to investigate that attack. So this morning, Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced that she will set up a committee to probe the event. Meanwhile, the Biden administration has made combating domestic terrorism a priority. The White House released a strategy document earlier this month detailing their approach to the problem, and the Department of Homeland Security has set up a dedicated team of intelligent analysts focused exclusively on the topic, but the work has generated concerns among civil liberties advocates who say they worry about expanded government surveillance of activity of the First Amendment protects, along with potential disparate impacts on marginalized communities. This is what, okay, even if you don't believe that a crazy person will do a crazy thing when fueled by crazy thoughts, the problem is this: expanded government surveillance and overreach on all protected amendments, all protected activities through the Bill of Rights. That's the problem. They're going to use this to label more. So the government never says we're going to take care of these people and gets just those people. Even if you believe they're bad people, you never just get those people. So if the government says, okay, we're gonna get rid of terrorists. Yeah, you get rid of some terrorists, but you also overreach and you get a whole lot more people than just terrorists. That's why people are still, like when I have a beard, I go to the airport and I get extra screening. Like it just happens. The government overreach, it's never absolute and stops where it's supposed to. It's always an overreach. It always goes above and beyond. It always infringes upon your rights, and you never, ever, ever get that back once you give it to them. The same way when we all sat at the fucking house and decided to go along with this lockdown, we'll never ever get that back. The next time they want to lock us down, they're going to be like, well, it happened last time, and people are just going to expect it to happen. We'll never get that power back. It's not coming back. So when they searched everybody's fucking credit cards and anybody who bought gas in Northern Virginia, D.C., Maryland, or any of those states got questioned by the FBI, yeah, that's coming again. Capital One just handed over all your fucking statements and shit. Bank of America just handed over all your statements and shit. It's just going to happen again. Same thing happened with 9/11 and the Patriot Act, and we're still fucking reeling from shit from that. And one of the biggest things that's going to hit, I can already tell you it's coming, one of the biggest things that's going to hit is what you can and cannot do and say online. When Joe Biden was running for president, they laid out a piece of paper that said, combating extremism online. And it literally was the blueprint for government overreach and fucking up the internet. The internet's supposed to be free speech, say what you need to say. If you want to be anonymous, be anonymous. You don't do what you got to do. Not happening. Not happening. They're going to overreach. They do what they can. I won't be here. If Joe Biden gets the rules that he laid out in his pre-election memo he put out, his plan, the notice that he put out, I wouldn't be here under those rules. There's no way. I would not be part of that. And it's gonna get a lot messier before it gets better. And these idiots online are helping to fuel. You don't think they're watching to see what Jason Q and his fans are saying, or Scott McKay and all their tomahawks are saying, or Clay Clark and his little events and what they're saying, or Lynn Wood running around and what all his followers are saying? They're watching all of it. They're labeling it as credible, and they're rounding up as many people as they can to put them in the same basket. Anyways, enough bad news. We'll see when the channel gets destroyed. We'll come back and talk about it. I'll come back as an anime person. I'll be a beautiful anime girl, so you guys can stare at me in the corner while my mouth moves out of sync with my voice. It'll be awesome. Where do I want to start? Let's start here. We got a mention today. I think this is it. Here we go. You guys know these guys, don't you? This is Doe and Bologna Fried. Here we go.
Hold on, I got one. Look, I got one.
What do you say?
Hold on. His thing didn't work. He didn't get it. He didn't get it fired off.
Hold on, I got one. Look, I got one. It's just grifters.
Nothing.
Y'all are just grifters, nothing more. You are just grifting, nothing more.
What do you say?
He said was just grifters.
Nothing more. Who was it?
Some scumbag on the mommy's.
Doug doesn't want to read the name of it. Let's be honest, because it's Doug Kuzma's second chin. He doesn't want to read the name of it. But that doesn't stop Bologna Fried.
Who was it?
Some scumbag on the mommy's.
DK's second chin.
Yeah, we're we're grifters asking.
Bologna Fried just says it. DK second chin.
Yeah, we're grifters asking.
I don't even know what a grifter is.
I laugh at him.
What is a grifter?
I laugh at him.
Grifter is somebody that makes money off somebody else's bad situation.
No, that would be more like a predatory, like a vulture. maybe a grifter by definition is probably inaccurate for a lot of the people we use it for, because by definition it's a person who engages in petty or small scale swindling. A lot of these people have moved on from the realm of grifter, but I like that word. That's why we started using it. I like the word grifter. Or at least that's why I started. I don't know why, like M and Tony and everybody started using it, but I like the word grifter. I think it has more effect than like con man or swindler. Like, I like it. It stands out. But usually it's for small scale.
Yeah, the whole world is in dire need of real news, and we're how many millions of dollars?
I will agree with that. The whole world is looking for answers and real and honest journalism, news, if you will. What the fuck are you doing here? You're not news. At best, you're Linwood's lapdog.
Dollars you made so far, Butterfly?
Oh, I'm in a few.
Yeah. I think we're all losing money, if you want to know.
Oh, you talking about on this job?
Yeah, on this job.
I've been waiting on you to send me my check.
But people say we're grifters, that we're making millions of dollars and thousands of dollars off people's.
Well, how much are you making in your multi-level marketing, dog? Remember, you accidentally, on purpose, said, "Oh, I'll probably get invited up on stage because I'm the fastest growing ever new consultant for X39 LifeWave." So I'll probably. That's another story. How many people did you swindle into LifeWave, Doug?
Bad, stuff.
I honestly don't believe Bologna needs the money or plans on making the money for a while. I'm sure they get a little bit of kickback on their advertising deals, and they get a little bit of kickback on their merch. They would have to, not to mention they're gaining. They would call it fame. I would call it notoriety. But
how are we doing that? We are spreading the news that God would want us to spread. But you got to know that people come in the chat because they work for the other team. And it's okay if you play on the other team, because maybe we could red pill you because your thinking isn't right.
The problem is, Doug, when you were selling cable news packages on your little computer TV, and when you were playing the DJ at the American Legion events for 50s nights, I was already red-pilled, motherfucker. Are you shitting me? Jesus Christ.
Something is wrong with you. I don't know
the
what
other team.
You get better because you have some problems.
I was part of Gamergate, motherfucker. Where have you been?
That's right.
Hello from England. How are you in England?
There's just one more part here.
Over there.
I bet she talks.
Are the news. Truth.
There it was.
Truth
We are
free.
the news.
God loves the truth.
Their little mod that pops in all the time
What's doing over there?
says
I bet she talks.
Are the news.
Superfoods is like their mod, like their whoever guards their fucking chat. We are the news. We are the news. Ate too much of the foods. Anyways, that's our mention. That wasn't really a mention. I appreciate them going to do the news, but to pretend like they're anything else than peddling conspiracies, especially when they're running around with flat Earth people and this and that, fuck them. That's not news. Peddling conspiracies sprinkled in with reading news articles, not the news. Let's go to Scott McKay. All right, so there were several Scott McKay short video clips that we kind of missed when he was on the trail, when he was running around doing his thing on the road. Little clips that were taken by private parties that have since been uploaded that we didn't get to see. These are not officially through the website or whatever. Here's one where he says he can't do his Herman Munster dance. For some reason, that's what he calls it, not me. He can't do his Herman Munster dance because he was poisoned in Pennsylvania. Damn it, that music's going to get me. Kill that music.
Under the weather here today. I was going to do my Herman Munster dance, but I would fork it up. I know, it's just not really.
I was going to do my Herman Munster dance, but I would fork it up. Oh, by the way, I didn't say, wherever you're at, make sure you like and share, subscribe to the YouTube channel, like the Facebook page, like the Facebook video, like the YouTube video. If you want to support the stream, I'm going to start the bot. That happens at cultclub.com, buymeacoffee.com, and the GoFundMe. There's other ways. If you need those ways, the wish list, the PayPal, whatever, you're more than welcome to hit me up, and I'll send you those ways. Thank you.
Not on top of my game. Thanks for coming out today, folks. Thank you, man. What a beautiful park. Glad to be here. So, most of you know that I think we were at Penn State last week, and I talked about these cabal players, all these people trying to disrupt our message. And, it looks like they're hitting on.
I talk about these. What did he say?
I think we were at Penn State last week, and I talked about these cabal players, all these people trying to disrupt our message.
He said cabal players. I thought he was saying football players. So I was like, what the fuck?
Hitting us with these bioweapons and things that are going on. I don't know if they're toxins, but it's the second time we've had this happen, so we've been a little bit rough the last week.
Are we sure they're not just getting COVID? That's twice they've had some type of infection, and they're blaming it on being poisoned by the deep state cabal.
That's why I'm not dancing like I normally do. Having fun with that. It wouldn't come out very well.
Okay, we're glad you're here.
That's okay. We're glad you're here. How's your mom and them?
Yeah, these assholes can throw at us whatever they want. It's not going to stop. It's like, I guess they're not learning that lesson, but it doesn't really help when I taunt these douchebags all the time. But I'm just going to keep coming on stronger and harder every time they do something stupid. They're scumbags. They're weak. I know we got a couple people in here tonight that are here for a reason. There's infiltrators everywhere. I get them everywhere I go.
So he claims there's at least a couple infiltrators in his crowd. That he does that as a tactic too. I guess you to doubt if he says anything and someone says, that's not biblical, or that's not right, or that's not what I believe, you would scream and charlatan at them and point them out, and they would take and tie 20 stones to your ankles and see if you could swim and prove you were a witch, something like that. I can't remember how they do it, but yeah, I think he makes up the stories too. Only his team and shit is being followed around and poisoned at Gettysburg. Maybe they had a super spreader event.
I don't know what you think you're going to accomplish, but it ain't going to stop what I'm doing. Patriot Street Fighters, a smoked out operation. I smoke them out in my own circle. I remove them. Anybody gets anywhere near this operation, they're actually.
He said it right there. Patriot Street Fighters, a smoke out operation. He is smoking out the people in his own crowd that showed up to watch him in the heat of the day.
It's tossed out. Ain't gonna happen.
I got you, Frank.
It's not gonna work. We're doing what we're doing. It's obviously very successful, and you guys are driving an incredible growing army, the Patriot Street Fighter Nation, and it's happening everywhere we go. And we're just getting started. Believe me. So, I just spent the weekend in Anaheim. We had a great event there. Clay Clark's venue there, General Flynn, of course, Patrick was there, Patrick Burns.
He's very proud that he got invited to Clay Clark's thing, because originally he called him, a Satanist and not true, and he had been smoked out, and he was not a true patriot, and people should stop sending him money and all this. Then Clay Clark's like, I'm losing money. Maybe he won't curse if I bring him to a church. I don't know.
And Lindell, these guys will all come on the show. I talked to this past weekend. And, I've been to 3 events now with General Flynn. I still haven't had a chance to meet him, right? And,
by the way, the last time the Purple Heart thing come up, he told me when he was in Dallas, or Tulsa or any of those events he was going to. The first event he went to, I can't remember, I think it was Tulsa actually. He said, maybe I'll just ask General Flynn if he's offended by me giving out Purple Hearts. Now, I don't know what General Flynn would say. I've lost all faith in the man. But isn't it kind of telling that he hasn't asked him yet?
Somebody asked me twice, so how can you be?
Oh, no. Bow, 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 bow.
We love your show, Beer Man.
We love the show, Beer Man. Mark and Carolyn Massengal? Jal? I don't know. You know, Mark and Carolyn. Mark's a top fan. Carolyn's not. She's working her way up there. But where she shows up to shows late, I think Facebook pulled it away from her. So you guys know them. Mark and Carolyn. They're disgustingly in love.
Be backstage with General Flynn. You don't have.
Thank you, guys.
And my response was, hanging out in the green room the whole time at these venues and these events, and meeting all the people, the speakers there. That doesn't help me win my war. I can't build that army spending all my time back there hanging out with people taking pictures.
Oh, he can't build his army spending time hanging out with Mike Lindell and General Flynn. He's got to go to the parking lot and hang out with all those old ladies from that video. Do we still have that video? Hold on. Let me see if we got it. There's a video I've got of his fans. Got fans. Which that one's in.
Go ahead. Can they hear that far away?
Army building. We're building an army. We're taking back the White House by force. Look out, here comes our army.
Hey, guys.
Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Me and my friends all going through menopause, and we're going to be coming to a White House near you.
As you can see, we are here at the event. We're outside. I'm trying to get in the door, and I was jumped by all these ladies. How lucky am I? Am I having a great time? You can.
By his own admittance, every of his fan base, he says, now I believe this number is a little low, he says that 85% of his audience is an older female type. And he said, I'm telling these ladies, you got to get your husbands in the fight. Where are they at? Well, they don't like you. They're not attracted to you, so they don't fucking believe you. You're full of shit. Like, this is Grifter Fest. This is what it is. Same with fucking Mike Lindell. Same with Clay Clark. Same with Brad Barton. Anytime people come and attack my video, it is fucking 50-1 older women to anybody with a penis. I don't think you're building armies out in the parking lot, brother.
My army's built when I'm out there in the crowd all day long in the sun shaking hands and meeting the people.
We saw him building that army out there in the sun, shaking hands and meeting people.
That's what's going to help me with the army. No disrespect to General Flynn. Love General Flynn. I finally did meet him. I was like, you know what? Well, this is the third time, so I should probably, at least before I walk out of here,
that is literally why Scott talks so highly of himself when he's talking about my top fan is back. When he's talking about his that's literally his mindset when he's like, oh, whenever I see a hot lady, I do this, or whenever I see a beautiful woman or a young hot blonde. A young hot blonde to Scott is anybody under the age of 60. That's the way it works. That's where his bravado comes from. That's where. Happy birthday! Shout out to my son, U.S. active Marine. Hoorah! That's the only time you'll hear me say that. But happy birthday, man. Hope it's a good one. Yeah, Scott. Scott is this is him. This is what built his This is what built up his confidence. This is what keeps him on the road. This is everything. That is his army. There's nothing wrong with being an older woman, but you also shouldn't have any expectations of grandeur in a military format. I mean, if you all are going to write checks or getting a who loves their grandkids the most contest or spend a day gardening, sure. But when we're talking about going up against possibly the U.S. military, you're going to need some fighting age men. You're just going to have some fighting age men. Why do you think that's what everybody imports to our country is fighting age men?
Say hello to General Flynn. And it's kind of interesting because he's blocked off by his security detail, and it was the last day we were getting ready to leave because I had to catch a flight. And I thought this was kind of amusing. The guys that usually are running the event, they're kind of expediters, and I can't think of their names, Joe and his brother. But I went over to nearby General Flynn just so I could reach in, shake his hand, and say, General Flynn, it's a pleasure to meet you. And I was going to bolt, wasn't going to occupy his time, or anything like that. But so one of the security guards was basically adamant in front of the law. And I said, I just wanted to reach in, shake his hand. I'm not going to take up any of his time. And he's like, no, you just, basically want me to back away. You can't do that. He's busy right now.
He was doing his job, Scott. I've done VIP security, okay? It is very frustrating when you're trying to keep eyes up, heads up, and check everybody's hands, check the exits, and know where your asset is. Plus where everything else is, and people are coming up saying, "Oh, I just need a second. I just need to shake his hand, or I want to give him my elevator pitch, or I want to do this, or I want to do that, or can I just get a picture with him? I'll stand back here and take a selfie. I'll do this. I'll do that." It's aggravating. I know security guards for people sometimes come off as dicks, but they've got a lot of risk assessment going on in their head at the same time. So sometimes it's better to be a dick and make sure there's zero risk than to be the nice guy, let a little bit of risk in, and be distracted.
I said, I got to catch a flight. I just wanted to acknowledge that, I've been here a couple times, haven't met him. Guy wasn't backing off one bit. It's like, oh, okay. So I turned around like Dennis and Dan. I'm like, you know what? Let's go. And I heard Joe walk over to this guy and say, hey, wait a second. This is a guy that General Flynn's going to want to talk to. He's going to want to be on the show. And I heard.
So Joe come up and said, oh, no, wait a second, security guard man. This guy right here, this is a guy who General Flynn's going to want to talk to. He's going to want to speak to this. This is the guy. This is the guy somebody needs to talk about.
In the back of my mind. And I thought, that's okay. I just kept walking. And then he yelled over at me, and I just ignored it. And I just said, come on, guys, we're out of here. I was really playing it out. Yep, see, I'm out of here. And hey, no, Scott, come on back. What a nice soul I was being, but I thought it was kind of funny. But, when you see what's happening, these events that are...
I wonder what Scott would do if his security guards, while they're trying to hurry down a hallway or make it to an event or speak to someone like Mike Lindell, just lets every random blue-haired lady with a walker through. What's up, Bulldozer?
Patriot events around.
That's what Liam used to say for Bulldozer.
And they're bringing out people, and they're all coming inside this energy field. It's serving an incredible purpose. Now, what's happening that we've seen around the country is people are finally showing up for the fight. We've stood by for decades, and we've let these scumbags walk into positions of power completely unchallenged. And I've watched this in the political arena for a number of years before I walked away. And I noticed, especially the Republican Party, has disgusted me for probably 15 years or more. And I kind of look at it, if you're a Republican or you're a politician here, just hang tight a bit and I'll try to mend this together where you can find the balance. But I've watched the Republican Party allow the Democratic Party to use their virtues against them and beat their...
Oh, by the way, that's supposedly the tunnel map of all the locations of all the tunnels and the major deep underground military bases that they use to show that the kids need to be rescued. It's weird. That map's been out for almost 30 years. No one's went down there and done shit. That's strange.
All the time on every piece of legislation, initiatives, movements, anything, because they don't want to fight. They try to be too dignified, they try to be too suave, too debonair. It's kind of the difference between the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. You got this raucous, up close to the people faction of representatives that are really close to the pulse of America. Then you have this chamber, the United States Senate, which is a cooling body, cooler minds prevail, more dignified in the way they conduct their business. That's all fine and dandy, but when we're on the verge of losing the country and certainly the culture, warfare is warfare. And that means it's dirty, it's bloody, it's ruthless.
I know this probably doesn't bother you guys, and you all are like, man, why won't he fucking just move up? Stop talking about war as if you had been to war. Stop talking about war as if you have been to war. How do you know it's ruthless and dirty and muddy and bloody and you can't give up? What war have you been to? Where are you getting this? Are you getting this information from a movie? I don't understand where you're getting this information from. That pisses me off to no end when they're like, they'll do it in my comments. They'll say, hey, listen, this is a war. And just like any war, you got to be ready to do this or do that or blah, blah, blah. The real fucking jackasses who piss me off, well, I guess don't piss me off, frustrate me to where I have to comment back, even though I know it's going to turn into a shit show, are the people who say, you're just mad because this is the first real war we've ever been in. The rest of the wars, the war you fought in, all that was fake. That wasn't real. This is the first real war we've ever been in.
It brings a patriot street, and that means it's dirty, it's bloody, it's ruthless. It brings a patriot street fighter language like, go forth yourself, you scumbags. I don't care what you think. We're going to come after you. We're going to bury you. We're not going to stop until you're dead, in the ground, in a box. I don't care what it takes. We are not.
It's not going to stop. We're coming at you. We're going to attack you. We're going to smear you. We're going to get you. It's not going to stop until you're dead, you're in the ground, you're in a box. If I would have said that over a Second Amendment issue or a law that I didn't like at a different time, there'd be agents at my house. Wonder what team Scott's really working for. We know it's the Scientology team. What else?
Not going to let you finish the country off. This is the kind of rhetoric that it's going to take to win this war. We can no longer sit back and allow these scumbags to use our virtues against us. That's our disadvantage, and that's always been their advantage. So if I've done anything successfully after blowing that gasket a year ago January, starting the Tipping Point Revolution Radio, and just going full throttle assault, AC-130 gunship strafing runs on these people every
I don't even know people in the military that are full on fucking military, right? That eat, sleep, breathe, live military, and that speak like this. Oh, we're gonna break into you like we're AC-130s, full-on strafing runs, and our tanks with napalm rounds, and come on.
Full throttle assault, AC-130 gunship strafing runs on these people every day that I can, is that I never backed off. I don't care who comes after me, what they say about me, and they're coming, there's more. I mean, they're using bioweapons now, the discrediting campaign that they're ramping up for me to, do all the things they do to destroy people that come up against them.
That's right, Cosmic. Fuck PT at 03. There was a lot of stupid shit in the military. But it changed who I was. Not like fucked up in the head like war did, but just basic training and being in a unit, it straightened me out a lot. But fuck PT at 03.
Right. And I said this before, they can't stop They can't stop a Patriot Street Fighter movie. Only you can. Only you. So what they do is they'll come up with all kinds of bullshit to try to finally make you say, hey, we don't like that guy anymore. I said this before, it'll be the choice of we the people. It's all dependent on what you're going to allow them to do to you, to this society, this movement, this culture, me, whatever. They'll come up with digital, they can digitize.
Nothing's wrong with Scott's stats. Yeah, I don't know. It says, here's the last post. He's not dead. I'm assuming something. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Here's the post. It is an American soldier who stands guard so that we may sleep easy at night, and they ask for nothing in return except the ability to perform their duties. In honor of the general, my war continues as he would insist. On my behalf of the Patriot Street Fighter Nation, thank you for your service, sir. Man, why don't you know fucking anything, Scott? You don't call an enlisted man sir. Like, I don't know why his dad didn't slap the fucking dick off his breath. All those years he spent calling him sir. Anyways. Then he posts a picture of his dad, and it says, to the very end, ... And then after that, he posts, I notice my statements are being misinterpreted. I notice my statements are being misinterpreted. The general is still with us. We have not lost him yet. He simply has lost his capability to fight at this hour, paralysis, and loss of speech. There are high-level quantum technologies being considered, so we have not thrown in the towel yet. If you know someone that was in the military, and you don't know much about the military or their rank or about them, and you say yes sir, no sir, they're probably not going to say anything. Or if they do, it'll be playful, like, don't call me sir, I work for a living. If it's your father, your brother, someone you served with, and you keep fucking calling them sir, and they're like, hey, I wasn't an officer, and you know that. That's like I don't know. It's weird. Somebody in the military could tell you. It's just weird. I don't want anybody calling me sir. I work for a living. But now he's saying there high-level quantum technology is being considered, so we've not thrown in the towel yet. So the reason I didn't even fucking address this at all is because Scott's such a lying piece of shit. I hope his dad's all right, first of all. But Scott's such a lying piece of shit. When I saw the quantum technology thing at the end, I'm afraid he's just fucking overselling the situation. Then he's going to tell them that buying gold from Goldbusters and fucking his friend the health ranger saved him with a piece of garlic and 2 mint juleps. Like, I don't know what to say. For the last time, his dad's not dead. I don't know how more clear I could be about that. I don't know why people are still asking that question. No, his dad did not die. His dad is in some form of paralysis and loss of speech, and they're trying quantum technologies. So I don't know. I don't trust Scott. That's why I didn't even cover it. I was waiting for him to text something else like, the med bed and the health ranger saved him.
If anything, they'll show me, like, have romantic relations with a mule somewhere. I mean, they can do anything. They can do this stuff, right? It's who they are. So all I have to say to that.
So, honestly, like, I hope his dad's okay, but like someone just said in the chat, he never looked like he was in the bed. Ever since I've ever seen his dad, I've never seen him say more than a few words without looking exhausted and confused. That's on the phone. In person, he just kind of stands there. He doesn't say anything. It doesn't appear like he was all with us to begin with, at all. It looks strange. Don't come in here with that fucking shit. Like, I hope you're joking, but don't even pretend like you're serious, saying Scott was hit with a biochemical. Fuck Scott. I hope they inserted a biochemical. Anyways, there's a video. Hold on, let me find it. It's probably on his Telegram. Let's see if we can find it. There's a video of him at his own house having a barbecue, and his dad's there, and he brings his dad out, of course, to see the camera. And his dad, honestly, like, I'm not making fun of his dad. I hope his dad's okay. Thank you for your service. His dad looks like he doesn't even really know what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I hope he's all right. I don't want anybody to pass away, or even my worst enemy, someone I would call my nemesis. Scott is nowhere near that level, but still, even if he was, I wouldn't wish anybody to pass away. But his dad doesn't seem to be all there all the time to begin with. And I don't know how else to phrase it. He seems like someone. I'm trying to find the post of his little family get together. It's been a while since this happened. I know he posted a video on his YouTube channel and on Telegram. It was just a short clip because it had baby Trump was at the dinner with him, and I thought they were talking about a child there. No, they were talking about a Chippendale dancer that hangs out with Scott for some reason. Hold on just a second. I think this is it. This is a photo. I don't know if it's got a video. Anyways, here's some photos here. I don't know if the video's posted or not. Damn it, it doesn't look like it. Anyways, let me pull over these photos. This is his dad here. In this video that they do, he's like, "Come over here, General," and the guy doesn't even move. And then he's like, "Yeah, you, Pops, Dad, you, come over here." And like he goes over and gets him by the arm and like brings him back to the camera, and she's like, "Stand right here." And the guy just kind of stands there and stares straight ahead. Like I'm not certain he was in the best health to begin with, I guess is what I'm saying. It didn't seem as if he was. But either way, I hope he's all right. Whether he was in good health prior or not, I hope he's all right. But he's not dead. And they're going to bring in a med bed and save him. That way Scott can grift some more donations from it. High-level quantum technologies are being considered.
And when they try that stuff, all you just have to say, we don't care. The only thing that matters is this guy hates your guts. He's going to work to destroy you. He's going to help us work with and destroy you. Nothing else matters.
It was, I don't know if it was on Memorial Day. It was probably around that time, but it was more for an event he had because he had an event that weekend. But it might have been Memorial Day weekend, but he wasn't planning on going home. It was just because he had an event there.
So what we've seen happening around the country, for me, it's been an incredible ride. When I started talking about, how many people remember when I first started talking about the Patriot Street Fighter tour back in January last year?
I don't know if Scott McKay is a Scientologist. What I do know is Lee Dundas is a giant Scientologist. She is an official member of the Church of Scientology. She is an upper-level member of the Church of Scientology. She is a lawyer on retainer for the Church of Scientology. And the things that she says about living the afterlife and religion, Scott repeats word for word with ascension and light beings and changing, and we're more powerful than God, and we'll be able to do the same type of magic that he does. It's all within you. You can use your mind to unlock a mental med bed where you can heal your own body. He talks about how he focused his energy on a woman's leg who used to be a ballerina who was told she would never dance again, and he was able to harness light energy to heal her leg, and she went on to be like the best ballerina in the world. He used to say that God and determination and perseverance healed him after his motorcycle crash. Now he claims fuck off. Fuck off, Bev. Anyways, now he claims that it's some type of light being that he unlocked, and he realized that he was as powerful as Jesus, and that helped him heal himself. They preach the same religion, even though Scott claims he's a Christian.
Going frog gigging tonight.
Miss you all. We're going frog gigging tonight. I don't know. They started covering up a bunch of news. They did mention us. I don't know what we might get over to Mark, but I don't know if we'll get to Doug and them. They're really just been covering boring shit. Like they're trying to play like they're the news now. The flat Earth was kind of interesting, I guess. But we'll see if we get over there. But anyways, he claims he unlocked the power of God, basically, to heal himself. And we all have the power of God, not as if God's within us and God works miracles, but as in, you are Jesus. So he claims to be Christian, she claims to be Scientology, but they both preach the same message. So one of them's wrong. The audio got so bad. Oh, they got shut down tonight?
Do that, so it's really sure. But the best thing about this approach is that it gives me an opportunity to be face-to-face.
I didn't even know they were streaming tonight. We can skip this if the audio doesn't get any better. Shit.
If the economy
Why are we focusing on his tall boot?
stupid and all those attacks by Clinton. This is what elective politics are, folks. At least at the federal level. It's a play. It's a show. Nothing more. Nothing less. It's a play. It's a show. To make you believe, happy that these people over here are fighting for you, that these clowns over here are fighting for the other people, and they pitch you against each other.
Scott Hubbard.
They now have you in this mental.
He's on a baseball field, so the people watching are in the stands behind the backstop, I'm assuming. Is the reason we're seeing this net.
State of total distraction for the truth of what they've been doing to this country for decades.
Sure, his exact quote the first time he started phrasing this, he's gotten better at phrasing it now. His exact quote was almost word for word. I might mess some of the these and that's and A's and ands up, but almost word for word what he said was, "Why do you think Jesus told us that we would go on to do greater miracles? We don't need anyone to perform these miracles. They're all locked within us, and we will be greater than Jesus, and we will do greater magic," was the exact word he used. This was after he told his fan base that he needs them to keep showing up because he feeds off their souls, and when they leave comments, that feeds his soul, and he needs them to keep coming because he can do Jesus magic.
That's what these guys told me.
A pitching machine just come on.
When I watched this whole thing unfold all those years, right up to when I walked away in 2006 for elective politics, realized 911 was an inside job, and all this other stuff, didn't have much hope until Trump announced. When he made that announcement, that's when I realized we have a shot. We finally.
I'm not saying that there isn't benefit to thinking positive about being healthy. Sure, if you think that I'm going to die in this bed, you very well may die in that bed. If you think I'm going to overcome this, but you're not unlocking a light spirit that comes down. He said he could feel the light travel from wherever it's stored in his brain down his chest and into his legs. And he could feel like a little army working and repairing his legs. And he knows that that's the power that he unlocked, and he can use it and cast it upon other people. There's a difference between thinking positive and being a fucking full-blown nut.
Somebody, I had no idea how magnificent it was going to be, far beyond what I could dream. But then we had these 4 years of complete insanity. The TDS, the lunacy.
He claims, so what he's walking away from, he claims that he helped someone get elected, and he ran for office once in California, and he claims that they approached him and said, hey, we'll have you in Washington in 3 years. You just need to go over here, run for this, run for that. We'll put you in Washington, and you'll have a bid at the White House in a little bit. That was his claim, is what the Republican committees told him, basically. Then he said that he decided, no, not until I go out and become a millionaire, because I'll be bought off. I know they'll buy me dinners and cars and nice houses, and then I'll owe them, and I couldn't do a good job being bought off.
BLM and Antifa, their latest two weapons against we the people. And from that point of view, that's when I said, that's it. Gloves off. We're going to go after everybody and everything that's part of their operation to do.
Hey, what's up, Ken?
So when I started calling these political class scumbags, I knew I was going to make a lot of enemies. I was in Las Vegas recently, and there's people that have been on my show running for high state level positions, and they couldn't even bother to show up. What do you think that's going to get from me? Right? They want to come on my show so they can get.
So if you run for office, and if you're running for office in a place and you also can't show up everywhere he shows up, if he's within, driving distance, then you can't get elected. He is now becoming the gatekeeper. He is the gatekeeper. And that's what he wants to be. He wants to have enough people to where following him to where he can affect an election. And I think what he's going to do is get some other people elected. And when he gets those people elected, he's going to try to tone his shit down and get himself elected somewhere. Not like president and shit. I'm talking like state rep or some shit.
Exposure of millions of Patriot Street Fighters, but they couldn't bother to show up. And somebody, one or two of them said, well, they had other commitments. I'm like, are you shitting me? You better cancel. Patriot Street Fighters in town. I can bring the vote wherever you are, they can. So I don't listen to what people say, I watch what they do. I never listen to what people say, I watch what they do. This is the only truth interpreter that I have. I watch. That tells me the language that I can understand.
Too bad we've been watching you, Scott, and we've seen how your shit has changed. At first, you were sucked into a conspiracy, but at least you were preaching conservative, right-wing, red-pilled values. The conspiracy shit just went too far. Then, now you've went completely off the page. Not only are you still preaching these conspiracies, you've gone more in depth with them and even created your own. And New Ageism, spiritual light beings, ascension, off planets, and ascending to 5D, and aliens coming to pick us up, and Jason Q bullshit. You've changed, and you've went way too far.
So what I would say to all of you, when you see these elections start, the cycle start, the campaigns, if these people that are asking for your vote aren't going to war on the established political structure with which they want to join, if they're not going to war and talking like Patriot Street Fighter, don't give them your vote. Don't give them your vote. They will never earn your trust. They'll never earn your respect once you're on the inside. Because those people are the enemy. Those people, Republican, Democrat, in the state houses, those are your enemies. Why do I say that? Because everything that's happened in this country, specifically
What's up, Moab?
since H.W. Bush shifted the axis of power of our industrial base over to China, out of this country, destroying the middle class in the process, basically jobs gone, industries wiped out. Stand down, to sit down. They already had money, they had prestige, they had power. Think about this. They were the important movers of American.
There's a fine line between talking about a lot of these people, because you guys know that I'm conservative and I believe in conservative values, blah, blah, blah. I think there needs to be an entire restructuring of the government. I think there needs to be term limits. I don't think that we should be putting millionaires in office. I don't think it should cost millions of dollars to run to be a senator or president or whatever. I think there ought to be a general fund that's funded to where a guy who, if you can get enough votes or signatures or your name out there, any guy, someone who struggles to pay has in the past struggled to pay their bills, someone who, rents their house, someone who only owns one property, someone who still makes car payments, someone who's still in the lower tax bracket, someone who these laws actually fucking affect, could go and serve for a period of time on term limits, not to become a millionaire and buy their 5th or 6th home, could go and serve for a period of time, then come back and live under those laws that they created, rather than trying to stay in Congress or move somewhere else to avoid those laws. That all needs to be restructured. The problem is we're going to have an overwhelming majority of people on board for it, because the people who have to vote for it are the people who would suffer at the consequences from it. It's very, 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 very hard to get. There's some other ideas I got that really are pale in comparison to term limits and the ability for the common man to run for those offices. When those offices were set up, the way they were set up is you can go and you can serve and you can pass laws and you can make the law of the land and you can do this and this and this. But when you come out of there, you've got to go back home. You've got to face the people that you affected, and you've got to live under those laws, the effects of those laws. You've got to survive and build your family and your house and your homestead and your lineage underneath those laws that you put in place. What happens now is they're born a millionaire. The law doesn't affect them nearly as much. They go out there, the law doesn't affect them at all. They either stay there unaffected, or they buy houses in several states and have offshore bank accounts and move their money around and invest it and use legal loopholes to never live under the law that we live under. They're above it, and they know it. That's why there's so many loopholes in the laws.
In society back then, they had everything, and were offered more. And they said, go for it yourself. Freedom or nothing. Freedom or nothing. Nothing. For many of these founders, I think probably 49 of the 52, what ended up becoming of their fortunes, well, we know. Number died poverty-stricken. But you know what? They actually had the ability to say, before they were passing on, I delivered my victory for humanity. What could possibly be greater than that?
What was that?
Greater than that. My victory. Or they actually had, well, we know. Number died poverty-stricken. But you know what? Out of the 52, what ended up becoming of their fortunes. For many of these founders, I think probably 49 of the 52, what ended up becoming of their fortunes, well, we know. Number died poverty-stricken. But you know what? They actually had the ability to say, before they were passing on, I delivered my victory for humanity. What could possibly be greater than that? So what I would leave
He's talking about the founding fathers now. I was trying to see who he's talking about.
Now, it's all hands on deck. How do we dismantle this criminal power structure? that exists from
Here's what doesn't happen. Here's what doesn't help, but is currently happening. Stay at home, watch, eat popcorn, watch the movie. It's all taken care of. Some man is going to come back and save us all. You don't have to do nothing. It's going to take a mass movement of people to do something, to do anything. We're going to have to demand. Their crazy narrative and the edgy language they use is going to be used to stand down a mass movement. They're going to put us all labeled as crazy conspiracy theorists who want to overthrow the government when we want transparency, we want laws passed, we want this, we want that. They're going to do that. Spending hundreds of hours on the computer alluding to pictures and videos of politicians eating children or down in tunnels or shape-shifting into reptilians. None of that fucking helps.
I've said this for months.
It's been on our shoulders since it was passed down to us, since you became of age, basically, and it'll always be on our shoulders.
Sometime. Start with your school board. All of you have a stake in this fight because many of you have children. They are revamping society right there at the lowest levels. Their mindset is absolutely no different than Johann Fichte, the philosopher, who said, look, this is how they changed the society of the Prussians, made them a powerful nation. What we need to do is we need to build people from the ground up. So that when they grow up, the only will that they have is the will that we will upon them. Very successful. Horace Mann went there to study their education system to figure out how they turned it around so quickly in 20 years. Brought that education system back to the United States. Rockefeller poured more funding, John Rockefeller, more funding into the...
And by the way, Scott is claiming that it was COVID related, that the bioweapon used against him was COVID, that when they slipped it into the air ducts to take out his team, that it was COVID. Idiot.
This architecture of education than even the federal government. You know, he was a scumbag, obviously. Now I know everything about him. That's what they've done. They've become very successful at it. Very smart move. I got to give them hellfire. That's what happens in California. The whole thing collapses, and we get our country back. Anyway, so just want to tell you how much I appreciate everything that you all are doing. We are all honored that you fight the fight with us. And I can tell you this, none of us sitting here...
I think that a lot, Sarah. They've taken close to a third of the Republican Party and made them fucking nut jobs that no one's going to take seriously. So here's the problem with being this far down the rabbit hole. Either one, you coming away to negotiate, speak, try to get laws passed and laws changed. You're dismissed as a fucking crazy person because of shit you say, and you sound like a crazy person and no one pays attention. Or two, you come in with hardware, ready to take over, ready to lead the revolution, and like a crazy person, and you are used to shut down the entire movement. Not just the crazies, the people who are demanding transparency, the people who are demanding new laws, the people who are demanding equality between the politician and the regular people. There's no win-win once you're this far down the rabbit hole. You're either dismissed as crazy or used as bait to take everybody down.
Backing up under any circumstances, no matter what they present. And you ice-holes at Penn State that thought you brought that weak-ass weapon, you gotta find something better than that. Whatever piece of shit you are, I can't even imagine what it's like in your mother's basement. You know?
Oh shit, is he talking about us?
Thought you brought, tell you this, none of us sitting here are backing up under any circumstances, no matter what they bring on us. And you ice-holes at Penn State that thought you brought that weak-ass weapon, you gotta find something better than that. Whatever.
Oh, this didn't age well.
Piece of shit you are. I can't even imagine what it's like in your mother's basement. You know,
so you think the federal agents who you accused, deep state cabal federal agents, live in their mother's basement too?
It's almost like a troll on Facebook. I haven't had any fun with these clowns lately, so I got.
Here's my worst case scenario. Something's happening in the world right now. I think it's undeniable that all around the world, people are demanding more of their government. They're demanding equality between the politician and the regular man. They're demanding transparency. They're demanding laws passed and problems fixed, and to live a better life under better laws. There is also a further group that is like the Scott McKay group and blah blah blah. The way out there, QAnon. We've got to hang them all, or this all, or the gallows are coming with us, and this is treason, and blah blah blah. Okay. A mass movement. Typically, governments shut down mass movements by using the extremist worst case scenarios that could possibly happen and labeling everybody as an enemy of the state. So let's say tomorrow Scott freaks out, his dad, something else happens, and he says, look, I've got intel, or I heard, or I know Trump's not coming back to save us. It's up to us, and I need everybody to meet me here. This is the first place that we're taking. Bring this and this because it's going to get bloody, and here we go. And the whole movement gets shut down. Tighter restrictions get put up, and everybody that just wants transparency from their government, that just wants a more fair system, that just wants to see what's going on behind closed doors, that just wants this changed, is shut down and labeled as the same people that are up here trying to do this shit, trying to say Nancy Pelosi is an alien and this and that. And that's what they hope. That's why they're letting this fucking flourish. That's why it's growing. That's why it's protected. That's why you can't talk shit about it. That's why when I make a video that people loved making fun of Scott, they took it down. That's why this is allowed and other things aren't. The voice of reason is no longer allowed. They want extremists because extremists create labels. Extremists create fear, and fear creates laws that people will pass and no one will bat an eye. If they told you that we were rounding up people because they were peacefully protesting and they wanted us to sign new laws, if they told you they were rounding up people because they were protesting and they were trying to push for term limits, you'd be like, holy shit, they just arrested people for protesting because they want term limits? But if they told you or their friends or other politicians, oh no, these nut jobs, they showed up here and they had weapons and they had ammo and they had bloodlust. They were ready. They said they were going to kill this person and that person. They were going to take these people. They're going to shut this down unless we met their demands. One of them was term limits, but they had these other demands about kids and tunnels and deep underground military bases and this and that. You'd be like, oh yeah, well you gotta do something there. Those people are crazy. You gotta do something with them. See how it fits their narrative a lot easier? And Scott's pushing it. Scott's protected. Scott's flourishing somehow.
Talk to these dipshits, but yeah, bring your best weapon because obviously under any circumstances it's not going to work. And if you do have the flaming arrow, I'm not worried about you ISILs either because 20 million pissed off Patriot Street fighters.
So it doesn't age well when you say, you pussies who tried to poison me with your weak ass blah, blah, blah. And then you have to come out a few weeks later and, I mean, your dad's dying, dude. That should have been taken more seriously. Like, I hope he makes it. But it seems like he's paralyzed and can't speak. I'm not sure that was the best way to address this. Try again, you pussies, like in your mom's basement or whatever. We got some more, but we're not going to spend as much time. Here he is at something called Zenergy Health Spa in Lexington, Kentucky.
That to me still, I have a hard time getting my head around the fact that everywhere we go, it's like here.
That's right, sharp as a tack.
I was at one day in Anaheim.
Sovereign citizenship is a joke.
I walked away with this, and there are thousands of dollars. It's been going on for a long time. And it just blows me away that these beautiful people come out and say, here. I have $15. It's all I can afford, but I want to support your mission.
So the people who give him his intel, he's been asked several times how big he thinks his movement is. Now, we can see his subscribers, hundreds of thousands of subscribers sometimes, but since his channels are down, that's not as relevant. But he was told by the Guardians of the Galaxy, or whoever he claims his intel people are, that he was told that he had between 10 and 14 million people, but his numbers were being altered, so he didn't know how many people he had, because they didn't want him thinking that he was doing that good.
That to me is incredible. Well, here's $500, and it happens every single day. So I wish everybody could experience it from my side. You know, the best thing for me is I get to hug a ton of pretty chicks all over the country. It's like, how could I not love this? So, anyways,
tons of free. You get tons of free what?
Experience it from my side. You know, the best thing for me is I get to hug a ton of pretty chicks all over the country. It's like, how could I not love this?
A ton of pretty chicks all over the country. So the sovereign citizen movement, Patty, is there's a group of people, depending on how far they go, usually the basics of it is they believe that state laws are illegitimate, federal laws are illegitimate. The only laws they have to abide by are the laws in the Constitution. They are sovereign citizens. They are part of the sovereign United States, not part of the corporation. They don't need driver's license. They can't be pulled over for traffic tickets. Their birth certificates are worth money. Their Social Security cards are bonds. They don't carry any of that. They're always in arguments with cops, and they believe that they are the real American citizens. Everybody else is under a corporation, and you're a company because your name is capitalized, basically. They go as far as the Robert J. Gould guy. The Robert J. Gould guy claims that the Washington, D.C. was abandoned for 13 days because they wanted to let the flag fall to the British Empire or the Vatican or the Jews or whoever you want to put in there. And he went up there and saved the flag, and he became the president of the United States because he knew contract law and he knew how it was written. And he also became Postmaster General of the world, and he's actually the one who freed us and allowed us to become sovereign citizens. So there's different people that say, I can just renounce my citizenship and become a sovereign citizen. There's other people like Madison Marquette says you have to pay $80 to this course called sovereigncit.us. There's so many different levels of it, it's hard to explain. But they believe that they're the real citizens of the real United States, and that the of America is a corporation, and that you're actually a business, and the government's using it, blah, blah, blah. None of it's real. It all hinges on the Act of 1871, which all it did was incorporate the city of Washington, D.C. as a real city, so they could set up laws. They could have a board of mayor and aldermen. They could have a police force, a fire department, traffic lights. That's all it did. It had nothing to do with, people have took it and perverted it into, they made the whole country a corporation and this and that. It's not true. Even Scott's constitutional expert disagreed with him on it. And Scott's like, I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to my fans.
Anyways, thank you. Spectacular. Glad to have you here on our tour. This made it a lot of fun. So we are going to bring up the owner, we're going to bring up Carol. Okay. Carol has a specialized field. It's another one of these practitioners that's going to work on this wreckage that I call a human body. And what I find fascinating is this tuning fork technology type of sound healing that you do.
So I showed you guys this a while back. These are the healing tuning forks. They sell the tuning forks. I showed you where you could buy them. They're like $400 for a set. For the beginner set, like $1,800 for the advanced set, and like $4,800 for the starting a business set. It's all about vibrations and healing your body and this and that, and just craziness.
Talk about this healing methodology, how long you've been doing it, and what the results of this type of healing power is.
Yeah, I'm Carol Gailey, and I live here in Lexington. I actually started training in releasing trauma 30 years ago. I was working in a rural area, and in a church, and I couldn't work on anybody but myself. I found I had a lot of trauma and was working on that. About 11 years ago, tuning forks crossed my path, and I said, that's for me. And because music is important to me, but frequency is really where it's at for me. And so I trained using tuning forks, and I work all over.
Phil McConnell is a grifting piece of shit who set up a fake charity to steal donations from fucking people. He's a piece of shit. Same thing with Timothy Charles Homeseth. They're both pieces of shit.
So I just spent the weekend where people would come in and want to have a little tune-up.
It does look like speed dating. The buzzer's going to go off. They're going to change tables. I'm going to skip ahead. This is just a healing center he went to get healed.
Our various modalities here, Carol B.
It didn't work on his poisoning.
But I want to bring the owner over here and let's talk about why, two things.
Okay.
Why you hosted this event here for us tonight. Then I want to talk about this particular choice of...
Everybody figures it out in their own time. I mean, I'm not going to say anything. There's plenty of people who like people that I hate, but I think he's a piece of shit. He started a fraudulent charity that was supposed to be saving kids. It wasn't real. It wasn't a 501c3. No money went to kids, and him and Timothy Charles Homeseth grifted people out of fucking money that they thought were going to children who had been rescued.
Healing is a career. What got you here? And I like the idea of that answer.
Well, in his telegram, Sharp as a Tack, he said that there were some quantum option. He said there are high-level quantum technologies being considered here, so we have not thrown in the towel yet.
Everybody knows that quantum physics is my passion. So you're in a space that I believe is, you know, the realm where people are going to learn who they really are, and the Christ consciousness is going to be, you know, rising. So
I mean, I hate to put it as blunt as this, but I think someone needs to say it. Scott paraded his dad around as a set piece for his show. The general. We got to get the general on the phone. The general's got to be here. The general. When we saw him at the barbecue, he didn't speak. He didn't move on his own. Someone had to grab him by the arm, bring him over, put him up, have him tell him where to stand, push him back away when that part was over. He paraded him around as a fucking a show. I mean, it was all a show, right? He was a set piece for Scott's show. And he drug him around the United States. He convinced him not to take any type of precautions, and his dad is of the elderly type that's probably more likely to sustain a worse injury from COVID, and he caught COVID, and he caught the injury. I'm not saying it's his dad's fault. I'm not saying anybody deserves this, but I am saying that there could have been a lot more done to help prevent this. He didn't need to be at Scott's speaking events. He could have called in. He could have done that. He could have fucking wore a mask. He could have done what he wanted to do. Whatever. Instead, he was used as a prop. He was a prop for Scott's show, and he has been since he started being on the phone. When he would ask, he'd say, "Hey, Pops, did you hear that? Yeah. Am I still on the phone?" Like that's all we would get out of him. It was a prop.
First of all, why did you host us here?
So I guess it goes back to we call her Dr. Rose, or Dr. Sarah Rose Michaels. I was attending her lectures years ago. This used to be formerly Lexington Center for Integrative Health. I was working next door. I'm an acupuncturist, and I was just drawn to this room. I was like, "Whoa, what's this?" And
describe this room, what we see.
Oh, please don't ask me.
So, well, here's what I see.
So.
I see we're in a room up high. We've got about 8 monitors, and they're TV. They're basically computer monitors.
Yeah, the Finders investigation was pretty crazy. We've read that on the show before. We did a show on it.
you see rolling down over the screen, some it's slow speed, or some are rolling up, some are rolling down. High speed, slow speed, kind of like the Matrix numbers rolling down, except these are DNA sequences, and they have a quantum effect on the human body.
They're rolling. Okay, now listen. This does not do anything for you medically. They are rolling purple and blue and gray static down the screens. And it is quantum DNA sequences that have an effect on the body. It's a TV, dude.
At the cellular level, so that's the kind of room we're standing in. So I expect when I walk out of here, I'm going to feel like Superman when I'm done.
You're going to feel better. And you're going to have a detox reaction.
Detox.
Drink your water today. And she actually says a 20-minute salt bath, not magnesium salt, but for 20 minutes, 2 cups of salt.
2 cups.
Yeah. So, and Epsom salt, not Epsom salt, excuse me, baking soda.
In the day and age we live in now, with the stuff that we can do, and the stuff that we can do on the internet, Scott didn't need to raise $500,000 and go on a tour around the country. Where could that money have been spent better? Maybe with the kids. Maybe with someone's election that we need elected. Maybe with charity. Maybe with someone starting a charity. If you don't believe charities are legit, start a legit charity. Something. But it went to Scott. I'll have you know this. Scott has not worked in over 2 years now. Sells T-shirts, takes donations, bought a new Harley back in the spring just for this tour, had it custom painted for this tour, and still claims that he hasn't taken a dime from the show. Okay.
To alkalize the water.
So baking soda and then...
1 cup and then 2 cups non-iodized salt, like, sea salt.
Or Himalayan salt.
Or Himalayan, or, yeah.
Yeah, I was in here for 20 minutes and all of a sudden I had to go outside because I had a sweat.
Yeah.
That just came off, and then I was like, went outside, there was a nice breeze, and then I was like, oh, I feel great.
Yeah.
So somebody gave me at a Quantum Healing Center, Dr. Jody in Anaheim.
Yeah.
So I walked away.
We love Dr. Jody.
Isn't she great? I was supposed to be there 2 days ago, staying overnight again, but I got just so busy. So she gave me a little barrel of salt. So I'm going to do this tonight, and I have some baking soda.
Good.
So, yeah, Dan, you're going to stay out of the bathroom. I'm taking a soak in it. Yeah, I'm doing that tonight. Okay, so why did you choose to host this event?
So it started there. I mean, I think I've got...
There are plenty of people. So Scott claims to be a big veterans advocate. I'm not talking about me or anybody I know personally, but there are plenty of people going through a hardship that's been caused by COVID, or at least exacerbated by COVID, especially veterans. The fucking veterans becoming homeless every fucking day. $500,000 would have went a long way to putting people up, getting people hotel rooms, trying to help people find jobs, or getting them medical attention, or blah, blah, blah. Would have went a long way. Feeding people, for sure. There's a lot of good things that could have been done with that money, and he could have done it himself. If he still wanted the photo op and the video, he could have went out and done it himself. I wish I could have or raise the money to help people.
Tidbits of, I came back to Kentucky, well, just to back it up, in the 90s. I became a body worker. I went out to New Mexico. Came back here, there were 6 massage therapists, and my friend who hosted or did our catering, we taught together at our local massage therapy center.
They're talking about taking Himalayan sea salt and the pink sea salt and baking soda, microwaving it, and then putting it in the taking a bath with it, putting it in a bathtub, taking a bath with it. William Crotch, you're a fucking bitch. Like, you already got called out. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Scott's a fucking loser piece of shit who's leading us in the wrong direction and is going to get us all fucking shut down with stricter fucking laws, maybe an infringement on the Second Amendment, definitely on the First Amendment online, because people like this. But with a name like William Crotch, kind of figured this was coming.
So that was my start of my healing, just starting to awaken, body, mind, spirit. And essentially, that led just da-da-da-da. Eventually went back to acupuncture college. And I was mainly focused on healing my body, mind, spirit. I think that, I agree 7 generations forward, so 7 generations back. That's why I came back to Kentucky to heal some very deep wounds.
He's closer than you are. Okay.
She speaks to me. I mean, she speaks about healing. But also, she also started dropping some bombs. Like, have you heard about UN 20, 21, 30? I mean,
The only thing he's closer than me at is being charged with threats to a sitting politician.
My notes like 5 years ago, and I'm just like, okay, so thank you for throwing that little tidbit, I was so.
Sasha is now back home. Sasha is now back home. Scott, it's hard to tell. Scott claims that Robert David Steele is secretly evil and was trying to limit what he was allowed to say, and that there was some issues with the money, blah, blah, blah. Robert David Steele kind of claims the same thing about Scott. Sasha was kind of stuck in the middle, decided to go with Scott. Neither one of them was really saying anything bad about Sasha. I think what really happened is Robert David Steele wanted a tour to bring people together. Scott wanted a tour that was either Trump or We Attack, and they were at odds. Plus, they're both kind of narcissistic, and they clashed more than a few times. One, Scott got yelled at for his motorcycles. He came in the middle of one of the events going on with his biker gang or whatever he has, while there was a speaker on stage speaking, and of course nobody could fucking hear. He drove right up to the fucking stage, cut the guy off. No one could hear in the stands. Motorcycles are loud as fuck. And Robert David Steele didn't like that and attacked him.
Focus on healing for so long. But then it's like, okay, got to a good point. I'm like, okay, it's time to start paying attention to what is going on. And then this whole pandemic thing hit, and I mean, it just revved it up. So I've just been on this huge.
You're right, William. Let's go out and sell everybody tomahawks that we're going to tell that we're going to come and kill politicians with. That'll work. They'll never fucking see us coming. That's what we'll do. We'll tell people that we're going to go attack on this day, and everybody bring their tomahawks, Patriot Street Fighter tomahawks, and that won't get everybody on a fucking list and rounded up and everybody else fucking locked down. You stupid fuck. I've been to war. I know what war does, and I know how it works. The last thing you fucking do is make a plan online, get people to agree to that plan while you're being monitored by the FBI. That's Scott's fucking plan. Now who's closer, motherfucker? This is why you're so goddamn dumb. This is why you come in here with no ammunition in this intellectual battle. Not a fucking round.
Experience, especially through that last year, like, what the F? I mean, it's right there, people. We do not do something. And, it was just, this whole last year was just, it was hell. Karens everywhere.
If there comes a time that we have to go to the fucking streets, the last thing you want to do is have all your fans in a fucking database so the night before they can show up at your house and arrest everybody. All Scott's doing is getting you set up for an FBI entrapment case. That's it. That's all he's doing. That's all he's fucking doing.
Got called out. We didn't get turned in, but we've lost friends over this. It's been really intense. So that's why, I just honestly more familiar with Dr. Rose, Sasha. Just started getting into listening to you. I'm just like, okay, yep, that's it. Go listen to this and piecing together. It's what was the meme? It's like, have we forgotten how?
You're right. The true story is 16-foot tall aliens, Ascension. Everyone who died since 2015 is coming back on a spaceship to be reunited with us. Reptilians and alien control. Clones, implants, people planted within the movement and outside of the movement that are AI, robot, androids. You're right. He's got the info. You got him.
Piece together the dots. Like, what is going on? And so, I guess it was.
Don't keep moving the goalposts now. You're running down the field like you're scared with it.
First time got on and tried to defend that this wasn't a virus created and all that. And I was like, I told Sean, I was like, he's lying. all of them are gone. And that was like, what, last March or something. So, yeah, I believe we got to do this. I'm a patriot, you know? Yeah, I'm here. And I want to do, and this landed in our lap, and we're just so blessed. So thank you for allowing us to host this. So thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. I mean, one point you just made, and I want to follow up on this, is I've said this numerous times, and people have to understand this.
No, you can't keep moving the fucking goalposts. I told you his plan to take back the country. You said, oh, no, I meant info-wise. I told you his info. I don't agree with that either. Fuck off. You can't keep moving the goalposts. You can't say you agree with 1% of what he fucking says, because the rest of it is lining people up to be arrested by the fucking FBI because he's a fucking plant, and the other half of it is alien and ascension. So I don't know where he's closer. I don't know where you found this information at. That's what he has. That's his whole fucking grift. So it wasn't plan-wise. You said, no, I mean his info. It wasn't info. What the fuck is it? You like his chaps? They make you hot?
They're here. It's a conscious realm. So we here in this universal construct called the quantum realm are finding each other like mercury balls. So we're coming
So goddamn stupid.
These are the people that they've actually probably either caused consciousness of the planet. So when people can just let this go, family members or friends that do not raise their vibration and forget about it and let them go, then it's going to affect the consciousness of everybody around you to a higher level. This is an anchor. It doesn't make them bad people. Just in this evolution of whatever, experience they're going through for the, millionth time or whatever it is, it's not up to us to...
Then you haven't watched Scott chat. Does Scott talk about aliens and ascension and his arms turning into light beams and his legs turning into light beams, and he looks over at his friend and he says, that's not my friend, that's a prison. Just ask people who fucking watch him. Of course he talks about aliens and ascension and all the fucking Jaco shit.
They may need more cycles, more evolutions, maybe 1 million of them, because they have to learn and grow on their own. So I tell people, don't hang on to it. Focus on those people around you, because you'll find it. You notice how you fall in love with people faster now? Because the vibration on the planet is so high that you meet people and you instantly fall in love with them. And they stay with you. They stay in your consciousness. They stay in your thoughts. And so that's the transition we have to be prepared for. We have to...
Considering the first Q post was, I am a Q level government insider, and Hillary Clinton's going to be arrested next Monday. On October of 2017, yes.
Allow ourselves to have that hit us. And
it was a fucking distraction, and it worked perfectly. You're still distracted.
On the Friends or fact that this whole tour and Patriot Street Fighter movement was all about. I'm going to let him tell you the story. We had this experience right outside of the Dallas event we did, and it had probably the biggest impact on me. This is Dennis Ketchum, 24-year Navy SEALs. He's glued to my side, and one of the most valuable friendships I've ever had in my life, one of the most important people.
Yeah, I know Sharp as a tack. I live in I grew up in a town that has... and it's war. It's not war. Scott's never seen war, never been on a battlefield, never been near a war. The closest he's come to a war is a fucking Saving Private Ryan. But I work in a town, or I grew up in a town that has a nuclear refinement. They enrich uranium for fuel rods for Navy submarines and carriers and shit. And there's like, I would say 30% of my town has Q clearance. It is crazy.
I'd like him to tell you what his experience is inside of 5 minutes we got. And not too much time. So when we first connected and you came out with us on an event, we met in Tulsa. Actually.
That's right. He's here for the fame and the fortune.
That I tried to start. We haven't completed it yet, which was Operation Restoration, bring highly trained special operators off the bench to bring them into the public and start helping us go after these scumbags at the small level school boards. Right. So that's what brought you. We met in Tulsa. You shadowed me ever since. So what has this done for you being on this tour?
For me, it's changed my life. I mean,
You guys can go join the Patriot Meat Handlers. They're taking recruits. No one's wanting you here.
I mean, it's just tremendous for me personally. I mean, it's kind of selfish because it does a hell of a lot for me just being around all you guys. You know, so just being around all these people is just.
I didn't hear who this guy was, but I don't really care at this point.
You know, it makes Mike and Jacob call it the love bubble. I tend to agree with that.
Bet you never thought you'd hear Navy SEALs talk like this. I love being in the love bubble.
Yeah, it just seems like it's a big love.
Wait. Who is this?
A lot for me.
Came out with us, and one of the most valuable friendships I've ever had in my life. One of the most important people will always be for me. But I'd like him to tell you what his experience is inside of.
What's up, We the Pepe?
And trust me, not too much time. So when we first, I'm going to let him tell you this. And he was the first. You can see we're going to break here in about 5 minutes. Dennis Ketchum, on your feet, my friend. This gentleman here, folks, is one of my favorite security guys, and he was the first one that pointed out to me what an impact that this whole tour and Patriot Street Fighter movement was all about. I'm going to let him tell you the story. We had this experience right outside of the Dallas event we did, and it had probably the biggest impact on me. This is Dennis Ketchum, 24-year Navy SEALs. He's glued to my side, and one of the most valuable friendships I've ever had in my life. One of the most important people will always be for me. But I'd like him to tell you what his experience is inside of 5 minutes we got, and trust me, not too much time. So when we first connected, and you came out with us on an event, we met in Tulsa actually for the first time. We met through the initiative that I tried to start. We haven't completed it yet, which was Operation Restoration, bring highly trained special operators off the bench to bring them into the public and start helping us go after these scumbags at the small level school boards. Right. So that's what brought you. We met in Tulsa. You shadowed me ever since. So what has this done for you being on this tour?
I mean, for me, it's changed my life. I mean, just meet all the people we meet you, meet all the people we work with in our circle. I mean, it's just tremendous for me personally. I mean, it's kind of selfish because it does a hell of a lot for me just being around all you guys. You know, so just being around all these people is just a tremendously good thing. Makes you feel good. It makes you, it makes you, Mike and Jacob call it the love bubble. I tend to agree with that.
Bet you never thought you'd hear Navy SEALs talk like this. I love being in the love bubble.
Yeah, it just seems like it's a big love bubble. I mean, it seems like everyone's so in tune with everybody else that I mean, it's just crazy how awesome it is.
Trying to find
everyone I've met,
Dennis Ketchum.
Said it before, just so quickly be drawn to everybody.
That was the end of that video from the healing center with the DNA on the TV screens. We can close that one. What else we got? This one is 7/4/21. That one's just not labeled very well. This one is Patriot Street Fighter, Scott McKay. My crazy rant on Scott McKay. Oh, that's from Conspiracy Killer. I was going to watch that, but here we go. Let's hop into this one. We'll jump around some. I'm also looking up some. I can't see chat right now. I'm looking something up.
I want you to understand what's possible for those people that truly believe. We would have never expected this thing to happen, at least me, a year ago, January, when I finally blew my stack, and I launched the tipping point of Revolution Radio, because I've watched what has been happening in this country.
What the fuck is a patiot? Did you mean patio?
For the last 9 years before Trump announced, I walked away from elective politics. I had had enough of the.
McKay's purpose is to build a list of people for the FBI to encourage.
These people that stand up here and say all this nonsense all these ridiculous things that they say, they have no intention of carrying out what they tell you, and you know it too. You know it too, but you say, well, they're Republicans, so I'm going to go pull that lever because they're a Republican.
Hey, Bear Man.
Because this Republican...
Hey, Beer Man. John Frank bought you 3 six packs. A tip for keeping it real. I got my first sorry deposit. I figured I'd share. I bet you did. I think we all did, brother. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
If you're a Democrat, here, I recommend you can leave right now. Save yourself the fucking pain. Save yourself the pain. I'm not going to bullshit you. Milquetoast pussies out right now. Get the fuck out. I'm not putting up with any bullshit.
Well, let me tell you about how badass I am.
I will address this weekend and the bullshit here when I leave. On my way out. But I'm going to address that. Also, I'm going to address it. Don't fuck with my bus driver. So, the thing of it is this. If we all collectively stand up, all of us together, and say we're not putting up with this bullshit anymore, this left-wing, liberal, critical race theory, non-binary sex gender, 101 genders, and all this forking insanity that we just step back and say, can you believe this? Is this not insane or what? That's not going to do it. Discussing this amongst yourselves is not going to do it. Because you and I have done that for decades now, and look where we are. These people believe, folks. They truly believe. This insanity is something they truly believe, because they're controlled by another power, another force. It isn't just personal ideology. Right now, this planet is undergoing a massive war, and it's a spiritual war. There truly is a battle of good and evil, Satan and our Creator. I never believed that stuff. I didn't believe heaven, hell. I don't believe there's a God that says if you don't do this, this, and this, I'm going to toss you in the lake of fire. If you didn't happen to be born in this country and knew nothing about Christ and you weren't saved that way, I'm going to burn you for eternity. I don't believe in that nonsense. That's satanic manipulation of the greatest book that's ever been known on this planet. I don't believe any of that. I don't believe any of that. I believe the Satanists, they're the ones that stripped out all the books of the Bible. 777 books in the Bible, they narrowed it down to 66. They don't want you to know what it took me, a catastrophic crash, 2 of them, drug out of a grave, twice. First one really drug out of a grave. The second one. And I'm still a work in progress. But I can tell you, had I not gone off the beaten path of dogmatic Christianity and religion and taken my route of learning things about the quantum realm that, again, was created by our Creator, if I had not gone that route and done all these other studies in epistemology, metaphysics, quantum physics, a little quantum...
Oh, that's what you've been studying, all that. Wow, B.
Mechanics, I'm not that sharp. Philosophies to try to figure this thing out. I would not have gotten to this point where I could overcome this paralysis and walk again and get my life back again. That's what it took. I tell you that not to cast a light on what I was able to overcome. I cast a light on it for 2 reasons. You have your own path cut out for you. It's yours.
My name is
not mine, not somebody else. It's yours. I had a guy in a church down in California when I told this. I said something about the most powerful book I ever read was Outwitting the Devil. He started yelling from back in the back. The Bible's the most powerful book ever. What? The Bible? He starts out. I'm like, wow, I've never heard that before. I'm like, hey man, and he wanted to continue. Oh, you want public attention? You want me to go Patriot Street Fighter on you too, right here in church? Because I will. I said, you know what, why don't you come up here and you tell your story. Let's see who stays around. See who wants to hear your story. They're not here to hear your story. They're here to hear mine. See, this is where I am in this point in my life today. I don't care if we're in a church. Don't give me your bullshit. Where's your politeness? Where's your respect? Right? This is what's happened to society. Is that we allow people to step inside our...
I might have to do some research. I can't find Dennis Ketchum anywhere.
...space and disrespect us, make public examples of us, and worse...
Yeah, his pants are way too tight. There was a guy I went to high school with we used to call Camel Toe because he wore these shit-kicking boots and the tightest fucking pants you think they was painted on. We called him Camel Toe, and his mom didn't know what that meant. And for his 18th birthday, she got him a birthday cake, and we convinced her to get "Happy 18th Birthday, Camel Toe" on it, and it was pretty funny. But that was a long time ago.
Supposed to do what? Step back because it's in a church? Are you kidding me? These rules apply to me everywhere. I don't care where you are. Decency and public respect is the most important thing that we can have toward each other.
That's right. It's a new religion, man.
Now the other side doesn't, because they roll out their weapons like Antifa and BLM and protests, and forget physical attacks, but the things that they say to you, and we're supposed to back up because they get in our faces.
Well, no, you don't have to back up, but just because someone's saying something doesn't mean you can attack either. Right? I mean, there's still freedom of speech, right, Scotty? Remember when you sent all your followers to mass report and shut down my channel? I believe your exact words were, "Yeah, go fork it up, report every video." We still have free speech though, right? Like, we're still protecting that. Is that something we're standing for together? You know, right-wing conservatives, or you moved on to something else, buddy?
What do you teach your kids when you retreat? What do you teach the next generations if you retreat from your own ideology, political philosophy, your spiritual beliefs? What do you teach them when you do this? I'm going to back up because they're coming at me too hard. Because there's a bunch of them, there's just me. What do you teach them? Folks, when you're right, you're right. And if you are right, that righteousness is rooted in the...
How's everything going with the Pepe?
Right is right, wrong is wrong. So why would you retreat when you have the power of what's righteous that's given to you by your Creator? You're going to step back from that? That's why you should step forward. People today think I'm an asshole, right? Well,
con artist.
Do you think, now that we've spent over a year together, do you think that affects me one bit at all? What they think? Have you noticed that about my personality since I started the tipping?
He carries the Lady Glock. The same reason he can't pull out on a slide incline on his motorcycle or knows how to jump start it. He carries the Lady Glock. It's a single stack.
I don't give a shit. I do not give a shit. Not one, not two, not 10, zero. I don't care. I don't care if these people like me. I mean, if they do, that's great. If they dislike me, do I care? I do not care. Why? I've dealt with them for 30 forking years. I'm done with their bullshit. I don't care. I hope they hate me. I am looking for enemies.
Yeah, I can't tell what round it is, but it's a single stack Glock. Well, I'm pretty sure it's the same one he's been carrying since the beginning. The first time I saw him with the gun, he ends up turning sideways, and you can see the magazine base plate, and it's a single stack.
For enemy targets, I'm looking for enemies. If they don't like me, they don't like my message, what do we now know? Smoke out. Smoke out. Patriot Street Fighter is a smoke out operation. We're going to find out who's who. Who's fighting for the country.
So it used to be a bringing together operation. It used to be to get everybody on the same page as Scott so we could go attack. Then people started calling him out, and instead of addressing any of their points, instead of talking about it, instead of saying, yeah, you know, they call me out on this, or changing your way, saying, yeah, maybe I shouldn't do that, or maybe it became a smoke out operation. And anybody that calls him out is the enemy. They're left wing. They got smoked out. Yeah, but they have a single stack. They have more single stacks than just the 9mm, don't they?
Or who's fighting for their own personal interests, or who's fighting for the insane left. We're going to find out. They're everywhere. There's some here, trust me. They're in the audience, I guarantee it. Before the night's over, I will smoke one of them out. I would say...
Yeah, they got the 36 is a single stack 45 ACP, 43 and 43X, 48. Yeah, they've got, I don't know what it is, to be honest with you. Knowing him, it's probably a 45. because he's probably one of those guys that's like, I don't carry anything unless the round starts with a 4, ends with a 5, or some shit.
I would sneak out. If you retreat in a friendly fashion, I promise I won't say a word until you leave. But we've got to get to the point now.
He does this for some reason at every show, and I've never seen anybody get up and leave, and I've never heard him address anybody. At the show in, I can't remember where he's at, he's like, oh, we already had one in line earlier, came right up to me and tried to say something. Immediately, I dealt with him. I had to deal with him, you know, these crazy Antifa. Then he like pauses for a minute and he says, had my security take him out. So you didn't deal with him. You didn't do shit, dude. What do you mean? Scott believes that there is such a threat on his life that he has to travel anytime he goes out in public with 3 former Navy SEALs as his security team. Why? I mean, like, if the deep state assassins are after you, they wouldn't have killed you in your apartment. They wouldn't kill you when you're on your motorcycle. They wouldn't kill you when your Navy SEALs aren't around. He literally told people he couldn't do events unless he had enough money for security, and he's paying 3 former Navy SEALs to follow him around. To be fair, the grip looks a little bit different. I don't know if this is the original gun he was carrying. The first one was definitely a Glock, and we had a close-up of it. But I guess it could be like an XDS or something. The grip angle's not right for a Glock. Wouldn't a Glock be straight? I don't know. The new Gen 4 and up Glocks, I don't know anything about. I like a Gen 3 Glock.
Now, in this world where you never retreat under any circumstances. I've been like this since they pulled the mask on us, folks. Since they pulled the mask on us. I did it from day one. I knew what it was, yet everybody bought into it. You go out in public, and they would publicly shame you. They would all look at you a certain way. And here I am in public. I'm at an Aldi, and I have 2 people that are in line in front of me. Probably millennial range, roughly.
Yeah, I don't think the mystery is missing kids. They over-exaggerate that number quite a bit to make it seem like it's more of an issue than what it is. But the actual issue is the missing kids' shirts in the Baby Gap department that Scott went and bought out.
So there I am with no mask on, and here's what happens. I was actually startled. This guy turns around and he did something, made some noise, and I was startled. I said, he goes, get back. I'm like, I'm backing up, like, what? He goes, you don't have a mask on.
Actually, that is true. Someone sent him, I don't know if it's on this pistol, if that is a new generation Glock, someone sent him a custom carved slide and a Lone Wolf barrel from a company that said Patriot Street Fighter on it. I do remember that now.
I said, what? He goes, you don't have a mask on. I said, but you do.
It's definitely a single stack.
I said, doesn't yours work? He goes, well, yes, but you're supposed to have a mask on. I'm thinking to myself, we are now in the evolution of a public embarrassment scene, but not on me. I look at this guy and I'm thinking, holy shit, I'm going Patriot Street Fighter right here in public. So
I like Gen 3, 17, and 19 is usually what I carry.
Or in attack mode, my brain goes 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's like I Terminator thing. All things going across my HUD right here. I'm like, okay, let me analyze this situation. Now, I can say this because my mother died from an obesity-related disease. I'm looking at both of these 2, slightly to grossly overweight, okay? And I'm thinking, are you shitting me? You got 9 obesity-related diseases weighing down on you, right? And I said this to him. I said, are you shitting me? You and your girlfriend both have 9 obesity-related diseases weighing on top of you right now.
By the way, last time he's told this story, he didn't say it to him. He thought about it. He said, are you shitting me? Then he thought about the obesity. Now he's saying the obesity line.
And you're worried about it effing, and I said what I said. And then I just kept hammering away. Why? Because I had to defend my ground. Right? Am I going to put up with that bullshit? No. What do you think happened? What do you think happened? They were in full retreat. The person behind the counter who sees me there all the time is, because they think I'm just the greatest guy, I'm the nicest guy, I polite to everybody. They're like this, like, holy shit. Watching this, I saw them. Now, do you think these two idiots are ever going to pull that in public again? They're thinking, I don't ever want this to happen again. I'm not going to take the risk. I had it happen again. Well, a couple times. But when it happens, this full Patriot Street Fighter coming out of a UPS store, just set up a new mailbox. Guys behind the counter are nice, great guys. Walking out the door, here comes the dude, middle-aged guy. He flies out around me with a box in his hands like I had a disease. He's running out around me, and he said something as he's looking at me on the way by. And I'm stopped at the door, and I was like, excuse me? And he said something. I said, what did you say? He said, you don't have a mask on. I said, I don't. I said, but you have two masks on. I said, don't they work? And he said, you're supposed to have a mask on. Here it goes again. Fast. And I looked at him. I said, you know what? I said, you've got two masks.
I don't believe, just from watching Scott's show and what happens when something doesn't go scripted like he wants it to, I just don't believe he's that quick-witted. I believe he went to the car an hour later and said, damn it, what I should have said was, or, you know what, those people, blah, 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 and then someone says, did you say that? No, but I thought about it. I don't believe that he's that quick.
You're twice as stupid as that guy. Shut him down. I shut him down. Right? And I don't say it in a humorous way. When it comes Patriot Street Fighter, believe me, it's a throttle. So the two guys behind the counter, brand new, they're like standing there like this. Holy shit. They're watching me. They like me because I'm a nice guy, obviously, and they see, we get a stack of mail like this.
That's right, discernment.
Every day, Patriot Street Fighter. They're like, holy shit, who is this guy? I said, what do you mean, who is this guy? I'm Patriot Street Fighter. Look, Patriot Street Fighter's my last name. All these boxes, all these gifts come in from you people. So, anyways, well, I love all you too. I love all of you too. I do. You've given me a reason. You've given me a reason to actually want to be alive. You really have.
These are kind of an older set of people who were kind of devastated, never expected there was any chance Trump could lose or not become president. They never saw it coming. A lot of them probably didn't even vote, to be honest with you, but I can't tell for sure. But they're an older group. They need a pep rally, and that's what they sign up for. So they come to hear Scott and talk about how cool he is. Scott talk about how we're going to take over the country next week. Scott do all that stuff. And that's what they kind of pay for. They donate for and then show up for. It's free to show up at the event, but they donate ahead of time, and they pass the hat while they're there, of course. I like Ruger's as well. Me and Mariah both have LC9Ss. Pros. LC9S Pros. No safety.
No idea. Love you all. And I can say that it's not cliche for me, because there's no reason why I should have actually come back when I was in that grave. No reason whatsoever. And the catastrophic injuries I had to overcome just to survive, let alone ever walk again. And I never knew the meaning of it other than I would be going through an ascension process, and that happened. And then whenever I recovered from all of that, I was, had no disability. I was crippled, homeless, penniless 8 months after the crash. I refused disability, had to find a way to survive. I did. A friend of mine took me in. So I fought back for 5 years every day, just attack. Had all this wreckage, incredible pain. Attack. I just never stopped. I kept attacking in a gym. And I come from the national competitive bodybuilding stage, so I'd done this a long time. And I knew just keep an attack. And then one day I'm good again. I have my life back. I'm now.
You know he isn't legal to carry in all these states. There's video evidence of him carrying in a lot of these states, and I'm sure he didn't go through the process to get a permit in each state. You have to check reciprocity with the state of Texas.
I'll work it again.
If he has a handgun carry in Texas.
My new dream bike. I'm coming through an intersection, downtown Dallas, 2.5 months into riding my dream bike. A big Texas pickup truck comes through an intersection at high speed, blows it, destroys me all over again. I'm flying across 6 lanes of traffic at a major intersection, downtown Dallas, destroyed all over again. Leg here is broken, clean, around all the metal, above my foot, complete 90-degree break here, foot's turned inward. I had a 30% chance of keeping it the first time. This time I'm going to lose it. So I end up in a trauma center again, and I'm thinking to myself, I just had this epic comeback. I had this massive ascension leap. I knew God wanted me to go through a process, and now I'm laying here destroyed again, and I'm looking up, are you shitting me? That's what I'm thinking. So what I didn't do was go into retreat. And I said to myself, laying there, to these surgeons, I said, well, I had an epic comeback. I guess it wasn't good enough. God wants me to have a super epic comeback. For what? I don't know. I'm thinking maybe today, it's a culmination of what's happened with all of you who have learned about Patriot Street Fighter. And people tell me this every day. Wherever we go around the country, you taught me to fight again. Scott, you taught me to fight again. And I think all of these examples that I had to live through, incredible pain, incredible poverty. I was in abject poverty for 7 years. But I fought back. I never stopped fighting. And I think part of this was all to teach you people how to fight. You never quit. You never give up. You never fork and back off, especially with these scumbags.
I don't know. I think open carry is kind of stupid. I would never personally do it. You paint yourself a big fucking X on your back. But that's that. I don't want to get into that argument. I know some people open carry because it deters or whatever. That's fine. It just amazes me. Not that he's not allowed to. He's allowed to. But all the military lingo and all the talk about fighting and all the talk about being in a war and all the talk about doing this and all the talk about doing that. We got to be this. We got to be that. AC-130 strafing runs. He said tanks were firing napalm shells at D.C. and this and that. Like, it's just so weird how he wants to be a veteran so bad. He goes so far beyond what any of us would fucking say. He just looks like a tool bag.
These maniacal school board members, these people that are destroying your community, these city council members, all of these scumbag, I can't think of enough words for these people. These people have wrecked society. You didn't. They did. They wrecked society. We didn't. We're good people. They want more of what they're doing. They think it's going to work. It's never going to work. They're just destroying society. So we have to put a stop to it. And if you're willing to just have the guts and the balls to stand up, go to school board meetings, gather a bunch of you, get in their faces, raise your hands, organize, start attacking. They always run, folks. They're cowards. Vail, Arizona proved it. A national example. Hundreds of parents showed up. They rained it down on these people. These people not only left like cowards, they took a step further. They resigned their positions. And they voted in the new school board right there that night. Killed the mask mandate. These people will always run if you push forward. They always run. They've never had opposition. Dr. Cordy Williams taught me this. He said, Scott, 167 seats run unopposed just in San Diego County. 167 seats in one county.
Are you really a blind barber?
Walk in by default, take over, start this maniacal onslaught toward humanity. Imagine this all over the country. Why? Why the hell don't we show up? I know you're busy. These people don't have jobs. Their system, the Democrat Party, finances them. Soros finances them. You have to go to work and raise them.
Again, more fake judgmental bullshit. Like, he doesn't show up at these either, obviously. He said he had to have somebody tell him.
Family. And I know you don't have time to get involved in this, but guess what? Tough shit.
One pair of chaps all the time.
Get out the door. Get some time and get involved, because if you don't do anything, they will run us over and they'll destroy us. You have to get a little extra time into the game. I don't want to talk about politics or religion. Get out of the country. Get out of the United States. That's what we fought for. The political construct, freedom of religion. That's the only thing that counts. If I'm ever dating a girl, she doesn't talk about politics or religion. Bye. Bye. That's my interview.
Ooh.
See ya.
Bye.
You're gonna put a little extra effort into it. It won't take much. I'm telling you, it will not take much to topple this house of cards. We have the numbers. We outnumber these bastards by the billions. If we simply step up, 5% of us, 5%, we still massively outnumber them. They have never had opposition. They have never had come at them what they've been dishing out to all of us for the last 20 years, specifically the last 5. They have never had that to deal with, ever, because we're dignified, right? We're righteous people. We have virtues, so we don't conduct ourselves like that. That's why we're losing. That's why we're losing. You got to become an SOB in a fight, folks. I do not allow anyone to use my virtues against me. I know who I am. I know what my Creator thinks of me. I'm very happy about that. I sleep peacefully at night. I look in the mirror. I love who I am. I love what I stand for. I'm proud that I took this path in my life. I'm proud that I've made all these decisions in my life. Very proud. But I'm not going to let them use these virtues against me. If they want to fight,
it's about over here.
I'm going to bring every dirty piece of ammo that I got. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm going to use anything I can grab to crush their philosophy. I'm going to do it. I don't care if it's not fair. I'm not in this for fair. I'm in it to win. I'm in to bury these scum. I'm in to bury these people that caused this man to buy a shirt that says "Save the Kids." We have no more time to play, folks.
That shirt that he's talking about is a Save the Kids shirt. And Scott lays claim to that because that's what he grifts on. But that guy bought it from Frog News.
I learned about this: satanic ritual abuse, brutal sodomy, murder, gutting, cannibalism, and an adrenochrome factory on our kids. Are you telling me you're going to sit back? You're not going to step up? You're not going to contribute? You're not going to a school board meeting? You're not going to get in somebody's face? Because under this ground right here somewhere in South Dakota.
Well, take that $500,000 you got for a bus tour and locate that tunnel and rescue those kids, dude. You could hire a team of SEALs for $500,000, especially in the U.S. You know how happy they would be to run a mission and be CONUS? Are you shitting me?
Right now, they're going to work full time on a baby. Do you understand what I'm saying? Somebody is working over a baby right now. Right now. Right now. As I'm here, somebody is doing this to a baby. And
that's very strange to say. Right now, somebody's, laying it to a baby. Right now. Right now. Imagine it. Picture it. Somebody's laying it to a baby. That's so creepy, dude.
Infant.
And not true.
Right now.
Not underneath the ground in South Dakota. Not true.
I don't want to fight because, really, I'm not talking to you. I know you people are fighting. But any of you weak ones out there, you milquetoast pussies wearing your sister's skinny jeans, on our side, you better get in the fight. You better get in the fight. It's a real high vibration. But I'm going to tell you this. I promise you, as long as I can keep funding that bus, this bus is funded by we the people. Don't look at this bus and put me in some air of reverence. Okay, that bus is not like Washington, D.C. These massive ivory towers that they build so these average schmucks can walk out of that building with a suit and tie on or a nice pantsuit or a business suit and have you look at them and you see the building and then you see this person say, oh my God, that's a powerful senator, powerful congressman, powerful whatever. It's all bullshit. They do that so you inject reverence into your mindset for who these people are. Don't do that to me. That's not fair. When I step off that bus has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with you. Because you funded this thing, and I'm going to drive that bus down the throats of every scumbag city and town in America as long as you fund it. That thing's going into Manhattan behind enemy lines. I'm going to drive it right down to the Fork and Throat in Manhattan.
Sure.
It's going to Manhattan.
You already sent it back. It didn't go to Manhattan.
All those fake bullet holes put on the side of it, so when I'm rolling through it, shit, somebody already got them. Don't even fire at them. Fork those scumbags. I'm going to Manhattan. And you know what? They think, oh, he thinks he's brave? Let me tell you something. I'll be on that bike behind it rolling through out in the open. That's what I'm going to do. That's your money at work. You have given me the honor, the privilege, and the pleasure to be able to go out there and fight for you. Now, I also expect from you, if I'm coming out in the open, there's a flaming arrow looking for me. I already know that. I don't give a shit. These people don't scare me. They don't scare you. If I'm going to do that, I'm just going to ask you to fight. Just do something to get in a fight. And if you get in a fight, I will keep raining down this thunder on these bastards until they're in a box in the ground and dead, and I can go home. Thank you very much. I want you to...
Sounds like another death threat. We missed the first part of that, I think. Hold on.
If I had one message for you, I want you to understand what's possible for those people that truly believe. We would have never expected this thing to happen, at least me, a year ago, January, when I finally blew a stat.
I just don't think Manhattan's the rough and tough spot he thinks it is.
Because I've watched the last 9 years before of carrying out what is going to save me. Yourself the fucking pain. Pussies out.
No, we watched the first of it. Never mind. It must be the next video. We've got one more I'll probably go over right quick. That's this one here. But first, let's hit up this ad from our sponsor. And now, time for an ad in collaboration with PSF. Hello, folks. It's Will here. In collaboration with PSF, I would like to bring you this special announcement to you in an uncertain time. I know that we're all looking for information. The greatest commodity on today's market is information. Where do we find this information? How do we interpret this information that we see? Well, one place that we can look to for this information is our fearless leader, Donald Trump. And we at PSF would like to do a service announcement to let you guys know how to decipher this information. Now, there's a couple things that we all know. When you see Donald Trump with silver hair, it's time to buy silver. Silver futures are going through the roof. It's time to buy silver, no matter what other commodities you own. Sell them, buy silver. This is literally someone of a higher power looking out for you. And we know, or we should know, when you see Donald Trump with gold hair, it's time to buy gold. Forget silver. Sell it all. Buy gold. It's going to go up. You're going to make money. And physical gold and gold futures. Buy gold when you see gold hair. It's pretty simple, but there has been a confusing time for us patriots out there. That time would be when you see Donald Trump with orange hair. What do we do when Donald Trump has orange hair? Think about it, folks. It's not that complicated. When you see Donald Trump with orange hair, I want you to think PSF. Orange, oranges, tangerine, fruit, right? PSF. Everybody knows that PSF stands for Patriot Street Fighter. But it can also stand for Patriot Street Fruitcakes. Make sure you invest in fruitcakes. Physical fruitcakes, fruitcake futures, fruitcakes for your neighbors, fruitcake ingredients. When you see orange hair, when you see the fruit of orange hair, you think PSF. And never forget, Patriot Street Fighter is a fruitcake. Thank you for joining us for this public service announcement. PSF is fruitcakes, is not associated with Cold Beer Confessional in any way, shape, or form. Please be advised, we cannot condone any activity done with fruitcakes, any money lost because of fruitcakes. If your neighbors hate fruitcakes or you're allergic to fruitcakes, all we know is that Patriot Street Fighter is a fruitcake. Thank you for joining us. Thank you very much for that. Patriot Street Fruitcakes reaching out to us, giving us a little bit of monetary excitement and motivation to do that collaboration. We appreciate it. Here we go.
Man, I'm going to bring the fucking rain today. Yeah! Look what happened. I was just fucking kidding. So once again, not bad of a dance for a cripple, huh? Right?
Yeah, buddy!
I pulled a fork and hamstring again. Every day. Every day.
So, what a great crowd we have. Can't see anything. My readers are fogged up a little bit. Anyways, here's the thing that puts things in perspective, folks. Here's the perspective. If we hadn't seen rain in 6 months, everybody would be dancing right now, right? You got to put things in perspective. And that's what I'm going to do here for you tonight.
He's not wearing his chaps because if they got wet and then he let them dry while he was wearing them, they would literally cut off both his legs. They're already way too tight.
This on you 2 days ago, this location, this venue. Look what shows up. Some of you think that things aren't happening out there. Scott, when's it going to happen? When's the takedown going to happen? What's going on? I'm getting impatient. I'm ready for it. Folks, it's happening every day. Every day. You don't see it, but that doesn't mean it's not happening. You don't.
It literally does. It's not that I don't personally see it. It's that no one sees it, and that means it's not happening. Everybody in the world, basically, from probably I would say at least safely 15 and up, sometimes down to like 10 and up, carries a fucking camera in their pocket. So nothing happening.
You can't see them. You're not supposed to really see them, and there's a reason for that. The world is not ready to learn the depravity that the cabal powers have put on this planet. You may say, I'm ready. Trust me, you are not. You are not. I've seen some pretty tough things, and I know there are things that would be even more difficult for me to swallow. So, all I can tell you...
I don't know about difficult to swallow. You look like you swallow a few.
Our white hats do what they're doing. The only thing you need to be focused on is what are you doing? That's right. What are you doing? I had some clown hit me today on Telegram, so of course I casually beat the shit out of him. Yeah! What's he saying about I did the tipping point on Revolution Radio last night, sitting in the front of the bus there. I didn't have an internet connection. I just used my telephone on Skype. And he comes back and said it was, 10% intel, 90% whatever he said. And, we come here for intel. I'm like...
So he said it was 10% intel and 90% shilling products and trying to get people to donate or buy something, was the quote. I saw it on his Telegram. He freaked out.
Can I go one day without having to go Patriot Street Fighter on some ice hole, like just one forking day? So, and I see things like even people that follow our operation, right? You think I'm going to let them off the hook because they follow me on Telegram? Hey, I love you, Scott. I'm a Patriot Street Fighter, but they say something stupid. Nobody's getting off the hook. Nobody. Come inside my circle, say stupid shit.
So there's a lot of people right here in this chat that came here because Patriot Street Fighter attacked them for asking a question. I know of at least 5 or 6 that ended up watching my show because they asked a question about, hey, like you said, we were supposed to sit back and watch the show happen. Now you're yelling at us because we're not in the street. Do we go to the street or do we watch? Or where's the money from the T-shirts go? But those people are here because they were attacked.
Do stupid shit. I'm taking your head off your shoulders. Why? Because you're focused on the wrong thing. You're not focused on the war. You got to stay focused. Exactly. By the way, my connected consciousness people, where are you? There you go.
That's the Simon Parks group.
They work their asses off. You see Lee Dundas doing all the stuff she does, trying to get this stuff set up. She does it every time, works her ass off. You guys help minimize what she has to go through.
There's also a lot of people, he says we're not making no headway, we're not worth talking about, we're not worth doing this, we're not doing that. There's also a lot of people that found the channel from that Purple Heart video and him addressing it, calling me a piece of shit, and telling me that I can't tell him what to say, and he never claimed he served. He just likes to use the lingo and call his dad a general, but I'm a piece of shit, the one who did serve, the veteran who's telling him like it's not okay to use the fucking Purple Heart for your friends who lost their YouTube channel. Someone today said, hey, a lot of these people lost their YouTube channel, and now they can't make money, they can't pay their bills, and now they're going to be homeless. Okay? First of all, I don't believe that. A lot of his friends that lost their YouTube channel are wealthy and just went off platform and made a news channel. Second of all, I don't care if you lost it all and became homeless. That's very sad. That's not the same as giving your life in defense of the country. That's not the same as taking a fucking IED blast and losing your fucking arm while rolling down the street in a foreign country. That's not the same. Homelessness is not the same. Homelessness is horrible. It's sad. We should do something about it. Not the same as a Purple Heart.
Go through to do all that. And I'm telling you, and I haven't had a chance to talk to Simon yet, but of course he'll know. He's probably seen some of the footage here, Simon Parks. What he's willing to do. He endorsed our work once we decide to set sail on our own. Folks.
Simon Parks is supposed to be moving to Arizona to open up a bunch of med bed services, wasn't he?
Everything happens for specific reasons. You've heard me talk about my story, which I'm not going to do that today. But everything happens for a very specific reason for those of us who are tuned in to light energy, to high frequency, right? Look at today. I was talking to some wonderful lady back here, and they were asking about the whole separation from the RDS tour and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, here I come riding in my bus. I have to deal with this clown for 3 stops. I'm like, I'm getting the hell out of here. And I'm taking Sasha Stone and Lee Dundas with me. Guess what?
Boom.
We win. Yeah! Say what you want, but we win. Woo! That's how we roll. Patriot Street Fighter. Don't get in my way.
That's right.
Don't get in my way. If I had to come out of my own obscurity, which I kept for a long time, if I got to step out in the open,
Well, see, he calls his dad the general, and if you ask him about it specifically and he has to address it, he said, oh, it's because I was raised in boot camp for 18 years. But none of his sister, he didn't give him that nickname until the show started. But, generals don't run boot camps. You think you would call him drill sergeant. Generals don't do anything. His fan base, I would say at least half of them, think that his dad is an actual general, when in reality his dad made sergeant, which is a decent career. He did his 4 years. He got out. Scott says he was recommended to OCS at West Point. And his dad says that he was afraid to do it because he was afraid he would fail, so he didn't go. I don't know if any of that's true. I know he made sergeant, but then that's proud. You could be proud of that, and you could call him Sarge. There's people that fucking call me that. But it's to call him general is fucking crazy.
I got to become a target for,
especially when your fan base doesn't know that he's not a general. There's literally people in my comments says, you know, his dad's a fucking general, right? And he was special forces. That's what the Frog said on their show.
Want to say stupid shit to me or want to take a shot at me or a flaming arrow, trust me, I have no patience. Do not get in my way. So I don't care who these people are. I was at Penn State yesterday, 2 days ago, and I started to rain it down on James Franklin, football coach at Penn State. I mean, right out to calling this piece of shit. Most people would say, holy Mary Mother of God, this is a Big Ten powerhouse coach. Guess what? At this point, these people have got to learn that my Patriot Street Fighter style now, I don't give a shit. I don't care who it is. If I'm going to take on Klaus Schwab, the lead dragon of the Kazarian Mafia, I'm not going to bang away on a football coach who doesn't know jack shit about this shot when my friends are Sherry Tenpenny and Judy Mikovits would destroy him, embarrass this guy. So I'm supposed to say nothing while this guy is trying to coerce and leverage these students into taking a killer shot so they can fill a football stadium?
Got to be a flaming arrow.
Bullshit. I don't care who you are. Bullshit. My dad will tell you. In fact, where is my security guy? I said, you better give me the signal. If I don't get the general on the phone. Oh, my God. He's not worried about himself. I'm worried about myself. Gotta find my earpiece here. Is there an earpiece somewhere? Anybody see an earpiece on me? You there, Pop? You there, Pop? Okay, hang in there.
Right here in your shirt.
Here? Here?
Up on your shoulder. A little further back.
There's one that goes down. There's you one hanging out. You don't have to be bright to start a global revolution. Can you hear me, Pop? Okay.
He's got one fan in Somalia. He's starting a global revolution. Sure.
2 days ago at Penn State, my dad sits in the front row, and I was letting it rain. And my dad doesn't ever make public, presence anywhere. Just his style. He's kind of reserved. He got so fired up, he basically stood up and started giving it, to me, like, yeah, you four can tell him. I was going to give him the microphone. Holy shit, I better not. I'm afraid what might happen there because he's got decades and decades of frustration watching his country burn. But here's the thing. I don't care who these people are. I don't care what excuse they have at all. At all. So much to the point that if I'm going to have to speak like this to wake people up and call these scumbags out for trying to fill a football stadium, for getting down on a damn knee for a flag when these soldiers out here have paid prices, you think, are you going to put up with this horseshit? I'm not. I don't watch football. I went to Penn State. It's my alma mater. I love football. I don't watch Steeler football. I don't watch Penn State football. I won't go to a game. Don't watch basketball. Don't watch hockey. I don't watch any of these clowns anymore. You know why? Even the ones, when Brett Favre came out, and he said that Colin Kaepernick should have the same type of reverence as Pat Tillman, pardon me, I see these little kids around here, and it's really hard not to go Patriots.
Got nothing important to say, just wanted some chaps to blow up like a video game.
Thank you very much for that, Denise. I appreciate it. Thank you. Denise got nothing important to say, just wanted to see some chaps blow up like in a video game.
And what did I do in a tipping point? I beat the living shit out of Brett Favre. Pardon me, go fuck yourself. Yeah! Go fuck yourself. You're going to align this scumbag loser, this cabal paid puppet by Nike, up against Pat Tillman, aligned with that kind of courage? Give me a break. Drew Brees said, I'm not gonna walk this line of BLM and all that bullshit. What happened to Drew Brees? He buckled like a forking coward. Drew Brees, you are a forking coward. You're not somebody for me to watch on a football field or as an example of American heroism. You're a forking coward. Yep. Why'd you do it? Money. Yep. Money. Pressure. We have a Buffalo Bill that stood up. Cole Beasley, Dallas Cowboys. You read it. Badass. These are the people we're going to follow. I don't care what professional sport you're in. Most of these guys in this day and age, especially NBA, have an IQ barely above plant life. And we're going to listen to what they have to say. Are you kidding me? It's the truth. It's the truth. How sharp do you not have to be to watch players burn through tens of millions of dollars and end up broke working a job at a car wash? You come into the NBA and you're like, this is going to be awesome, and you repeat it over and over and over. It doesn't take much brain power. People refuse to think for themselves. And I don't care how they handle their lives. I'm supportive of whatever they want to do. But not when they're going to shit on my country. Not on my country. Not after my native heritage was wiped out by the same cabal players who are trying to wipe you out now. And all I wanted to do was be left alone for a long time. When I walked away from elected politics, I didn't want to be around these people. I didn't want to be in public. I just didn't want to be associated with them. I just want to be left alone. Leave me alone. And so now, as I sit back and I watch this insanity, and this is before all of you people came out, and I just watched for 4 years, I watched the Trump derangement syndrome. I watched the guy who I love, who saved my life, who took me in when I was crippled, paralyzed, homeless, penniless, 8 months after this catastrophic crash where they drugged me out of a grave, gave me really no chance to have a normal life or walking life again. Took me in, loved him to death, saved my life. I was going to finish the job that should have happened on the road that day. And I watched, when I lived with him, he gave me a place to live for free. I needed it. I wouldn't take disability. I couldn't have my brain buy into the fact that I was disabled. I went to war in this wreckage every day for years, every single day. Never let up. I'm going to make this work again, one way or another. I'm getting my life back. So when Trump gets elected, he went south on me. I'm in his home, and he started treating me in a way that I didn't really appreciate. I was walking on eggshells for quite a while. So because he saved my life, and I'll always honor him. He's in his 70s, wonderful guy. Biggest heart in the world. Never lets anybody pick up a check. Incredibly considerate. He's one of the most special people I've ever known in my life. But he has serious Trump derangement syndrome. And it just doesn't seem to stop. And it started again, I don't know, maybe 3 months ago. And I'd had enough. And I lit him up like a Christmas tree. I'm done with this bullshit of you attacking my president. You better pull your head out of your forking ass and start learning what's coming. And I just went off. And you know how it is when you see it coming up on me. It just comes and it doesn't stop. I'm like, Scott, shut up. I can't fork you. I just keep banging away. Why? Because I'm not putting up with this bullshit anymore from anybody. So this is the attitude you have to have, folks. It's like Lee said, they're trying to kill us. It's hard for you to understand.
Sasha's from Rhodesia.
The corporate food production machine in 2008 when I formed a company with 6 other investing partners called Longevity Dynamics. It's a wellness-based multimedia machine to start bringing this kind of information to the public on what's really happening in big pharma corporate food production. You have one that are feeding us in a way to make us sick. You got the second one coming in with these drugs to finish us off. It's hard for you to get your head around that there are people sitting in a boardroom. And in this boardroom, they're figuring out a game plan to help you commit self-suicide. That sounds like a bunch of bullshit, and you're like, that's insane. Trust me, you're all going to learn these facts. It's what they're doing, and they have been for a long time. So the whole wake-up process is for you to come to grips with the fact that you do not count. They don't want you on the planet, okay? The Satanic Order has never wanted you on the planet. They've used every weapon, including religion. They've infiltrated the religious order. They are the religious order. How do you rectify the large Mormon church in Utah gutting babies like infant 1 month old inside in the basement while service is going on?
What is that claim? That members of the Mormon church are gutting children like an animal after you shoot and kill an animal, field dressing, in the basement of the church while services are going on? What proof do you have for any of that? Someone told me a story that there's a Mormon church insider. What?
In a sacrifice. Mormon church. I got a lot of Mormon friends. You know what? When I did that show on the Tipping Point last year, I thought I'm going to lose them all. Didn't lose any of them. I just was with them less than a month ago. Thanks for your courage. Thanks for standing up. This is what you have to be, folks. It's what you have to be. You can't give up any ground on any level, anywhere, every single day. I'm a nice guy. If you talk,
see, this is why I know a lot of people get tired of watching like repetitive videos of someone, but these are claims I've never heard him make. I've never seen that tipping point. I've never heard him say that right there.
And I can tell you this with the utmost confidence and sincerity. I'm an incredibly nice person.
That's right. All their sources are each other.
Everybody. I see somebody in a room that nobody's talking to, I go talk to them. I taught my sister in high school, when you're walking down a hall, she's 4 or 5 years younger than me, when you see people standing over there that nobody pays attention to, go over and talk to them. Let them know they're important. When you see the janitor, you tell the janitor that you appreciate what they're doing. I was teaching her that. I was probably in my, mid-20s. Just who I am. Now, I didn't tell you that for this reason. I'm telling you that for the reason I'm about to tell you. Right now, that guy's dead. He died on a road in 2014. This guy is the guy that was resurrected and came back because God kicked my ass out of the grave, and I was good to go, and I was stunned that I was alive after I faded to black. Now I just had to find a reason why I'm here. And that was to get rid of that shell of Mr. Nice Guy to the people who don't deserve it. If they don't deserve it, I'm dropping the fork and hammer on you right in front of me, wherever you are. I don't care who you are. When it comes to being decent, respectful, polite, and either contributing to my war to rescue these kids or not, if you're not, get out of my way. If you step in front of me, I'm taking your head off your shoulders.
The reason Sasha can fly around the world, I'm almost positive, is because his ties to the UN. What do you want to bet?
Is I'm taking your head off. Nobody's going to get in my way. And I don't like to be this way. I don't like to be this way. I've done many shows. I've even spoken from this stage where I walk away with a knot in my stomach because it's a bit difficult for me. But you know what? I'm fighting for the light. I'm fighting for the light, and I know that. And I know that if I back up 1 inch, it's just the indicator that these cabal powers out there who's confirmed know my name. They know who I am. They know what I'm doing. And please forgive me for your children. But you know what I say to them? Fuck you. That's what I say to you. All of them.
With you all the way.
Your time has come. Your reign of terror is over. And you know why I'm not afraid of them? When the FBI knocked on my door that day.
Yeah, I don't understand who he's talking about. When we were in school, I was in my mid-20s. She's 4 years younger. I was telling her to talk to the janitor. Like when she came home, you were saying, hey, go talk to the janitor? Or you were still at the school in your mid-20s? Like, hey, you see that person? Because he said, hey, when you see those kids over there like that, I don't know. I don't know what that story was. The lie, I guess.
On Inauguration Day, when all my quote-unquote followers started raining down on me, you forked us, you said this, you said that. I'm like, well, I'm going to smack you guys around. I don't make predictions. I tell you every day.
This is really funny. He freaks out. He freaks out and jerks a gun out and says, you see this? You see this? We're going to take it back. We can never be defeated. I didn't say he wouldn't be inaugurated, which he did. He freaked out.
I'm going to sit back and watch the greatest show on earth. Here's what the outcome is going to be, but I'm not going to make these predictions. And so what did they do? They started beating me up. Of course, I was like, oh, because you think my followers, you're immune to what's about to come. So that's when I lit that camera up at 2 o'clock on Inauguration Day, blew a gasket, trying to get people to pull their heads out of their ice holes. And I looked down, there's my AR. I fully dressed, I grabbed it, and I shoved it in the camera. I said, we have 200 forking, I didn't say forking, 200 forking million of these. You know, I thought, that's going to be an FBI knock on the door. Surprise, surprise, when they showed up. And you know what happened when they showed up? They were. They were actually nice. I'm not sure if it was because I had my AR, my body armor, ammo, all kinds of shit on the couch sitting right there. Over.
Yeah, you're a lying piece of shit. You just happened to find it under your desk is where you kept your AR. But somehow you knew several days later that the FBI was going to show up, and you had your AR, your body armor, your ammo, and all your gear sitting on the couch over your shoulder when the FBI showed up. Nah, the FBI fucking flipped your ass. That's exactly what they did.
Over my shoulder. One had a mask on. I said, you can't come in here with that mask on. Take the mask off. Then he flashed the badge. I'm like, oh, shit. So.
Wait. 2 guys just showed up at your house, and you answered the door and said, hey, you can't come in with your mask on. Then they told you they were FBI? What the hell does that... Then they told you... Why were you going to let them in the first place?
I was told, and here's my safety net, it's you. I was told in my FBI file, somebody was able to get it. Why are they watching me? Because there's a number of things they said, but specifically the concern that they have is you are able to raise an enormous amount of followers in a very short amount of time. Now, do you think these people want to fork with me? Really? And that's why I taught them. Go ahead, here I am.
That story is a lie. I'm not saying it's all lies. It probably is, but at least one part. You don't just see 2 men in suits and say, okay, you can come in, but you got to take your... They didn't even introduce themselves. The first thing they're going to say is, Mr. McKay, I'm agent this, he's agent that, we're with the FBI. Would you mind if we asked you a few questions? But you, before you even knew who they were, said, hey, you can't come in with a mask on. Why would you be letting them in? They could have been fucking Jehovah's Witnesses or selling you something or hitmen. Remember, you're waiting on that flaming arrow. You're waiting on that super flaming arrow from the government hitman, and you know it's coming one day, and that's why you have to have security. But you were going to let 2 guys in, you had no idea who they were, and then they flashed a badge and said, we're FBI. What? That story is a fucking lie. At least the portion about the mask. Probably all of it.
Here's what I do. And if you're coming, you're coming. There's nothing I can do about that. If you can get through these guys, good luck with that. If you're successful, good luck with this. Yeah. Piss off 20 million Patriot Street Fighters and see what you got to deal with now. Good luck. Yeah. Good luck. This is the attitude you have to have with these people. Okay, and I want you to understand, these people are cowards. You may think they're powerful because they have money, they're rich, they hire their kill teams. These kill teams are gone. 22 of them are dead. They're all gone. They killed them off. And yes, are they going to have more? There's always a hero out there. I get that. But here's the thing. If you look at it from this perspective, the entire...
Sure, unless you're actively committing a crime or they have probable cause to think you're committing a crime, they can't enter without a search warrant. But he was letting them in before they even identified themselves. They always identify with a badge. Look, I've been visited by the FBI. Well, I don't know how much I want to... I've been visited by several federal groups. Three groups, including the Secret Service ones.
These people you think are important and powerful and smart and noteworthy and noble, they're afraid of you. I'm not just telling this to pump you up. You people know how I am. I don't blow sunshine on anybody. You either earn it or you don't. They're afraid of you. Here's why. They are. They're scared shitless because Simon will tell you, if you rise, they fall. If you get past the barriers of the system, the matrix they built, the legal system, they've had these very narrow parameters called the justice system. It's the injustice system. They force you into this box canyon to operate your life in. If you step out of it, they use the weight.
Every group that showed up at my house immediately showed badges, including one group that could tell I was looking through the peephole and held. I didn't ask. I didn't say anything. I didn't make a noise. They could see the light change in the peephole to tell I was looking through it, and they held their badge up to the peephole without saying a word.
Of their legal system, not their system of law, their legal system, to come after you. And even though what you're doing is constitutional, they have a paid-off cabal judge who's, raping kids that they've bribed, threatened, or paid off to put you in jail.
Let me tell you what somebody doesn't do that thinks that there is a hit on him from a political elites. So he believes the Bushes have a hit on him. and other people, but the Bushes was the first one, the first people. What they don't do is say, hey guys, you all know that we're meeting up with 107 and a bunch of other guys who claim that they have hits out on them as well. We're all going to be staying at the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, February 2nd through 5th. If you want to meet up, you're more than welcome to. We'll be a movie premiering there. We're going to have a round table. We're going to be talking. I'll do some shows from the hotel room. We're going to be eating at that restaurant the night we arrive. We'll be there at 6 p.m. My flight leaves Dallas-Fort Worth at 11:30, and I should be landing at 4 p.m. And you don't do that. Why would you do that? If someone wanted him dead, that's exactly right. If someone wanted him dead, he would be dead. He doesn't possess any special skills. He's not hiding, if that's even possible nowadays, that he would be dead. If someone wanted him dead, he would be dead. Said they wanted him flipped, and I think he did.
What do they do when they break the law? What happens to them? Nothing. Because you're quote-unquote powerless at doing it. They get away with it over and over and over and over and over, and they always have your whole life. And the reason that they constructed that, because they're afraid to face you, they've got to keep you boxed in. Why did they get a hold of the education system, which was a brilliant move in this country, and do what they did to it? The Socialist Party in the 30s had openly stated in one of their meetings that they're never going to have the American people buy into their ideology, so they have to align themselves with one of the major parties, and of course we know is the Democratic Party. And they infiltrated. They got a hold of the education system. Horace Mann studied the Prussian system of education to try to figure out how the Prussians, who could never win any wars against Napoleon, what was it about them? How did they turn it around in 20 years? Johann Fichte. You want to build a society, a controlled society, the philosopher Johann Fichte? You start from the ground up. So as they grow, the only will that they have is the will that you will upon them, right? Horace Mann brought that education system to the United States. Guess who funded it? Rockefeller, John Rockefeller, Satanist, pedophile, evil man. He spent more money perpetuating this education system than the United States government. What do you think that was all about? So now that they're building this mindless mass from millennials forward of people to try to put them in a position that they'll acquiesce to anything that these people want them to do. Why? Because they're scared shitless. They do not want to have to go up against the ingenuity of the light being, which they're not, because they know it takes only one little match in a cave to illuminate and destroy that darkness. They know that. They can't compete against you. So these are the mechanisms to weaken you. The chemtrails, corporate food production, building this big pharma system that if a guy like me says MMS, they toss me off of YouTube, right? And believe me, 2 times I was taken out. The first time I climbed out of the grave, 5 long years to fight back every day and walk again. And what happens 2.5 months into having my life back, riding a new Harley Davidson, taken out again at high speed at an intersection downtown Dallas by a big Texas pickup truck. Destroyed my left side again and other people.
Wait a second.
Now, the first time I climbed out of the grave, 5 long years to fight back every day and walk again. And what happens 2.5 months into having my life back, riding a new Harley Davidson, taken out again at high speed at an intersection downtown Dallas by a big Texas pickup truck. Destroyed my left side again in other places. I'm not sure where I was going with that. I had a point, but sometimes this stuff just slips me. I thought to myself, I'm still pissed off about this. Here's what's interesting. Dallas PD refuses to get the camera footage and get these hit and run suspects. Why do you think that is? I have to question, is it the FBI's fusion centers around the country? 28 of them that were put in place by George W. Bush.
Oh, God.
I think they call him Shrub because he has an IQ barely above plant life, and that makes sense. I worked 2 elections helping this guy get elected. So I'm kind of pissed off because they refused.
You worked 2 elections helping this guy get elected, and you think he has a hit out on you, and you also think he's preventing the local police department from pulling camera footage to find the people who performed a hit and run on you? Great.
Used to do anything, hit and run, that's a felony. So the FBI put fusion centers in each city, 28 cities around the country. And here's what they do. They identify somebody that could be a problem. And they order that police department, no matter what is done to this person, you do not help them. If they want to take you out, they just have 2 phone calls come to your cell phone from North Korea. If you answer 2 of them, they now put you on that terrorist list, and they will pick you up and they rendition you and they torture you and they do all the bullshit. That's what the fusion centers do.
Sure.
I know they're out there. So it makes you wonder about this one.
Listen to these unsubstantiated, no proof claims, dude.
About that, all that.
This is crazy.
I'm gonna keep raining down on these ice holes nonstop until everybody wakes up and says, "We're not afraid of these ice holes either." I'm not afraid of you. You guys are my insurance policy. You are.
That's right.
And just like Lee said, you start at the school board level. You guys have probably heard me say this. These people that are on these school boards reckon our children's future with this insanity of critical race theory, non-binary sex, all this horseshit. When is it that the American people stand up and say to themselves,
right now,
are we going to allow these idiots as my neighbor in my town, this forking scumbag who can't do anything else in the world except lick enough boots or asses of people to get votes to get in a position of power? We're going to let these people continue? It doesn't make sense. Does it? It doesn't make sense. That's why you have to put pressure on these people. Yeah, go ahead, crowd around their houses. Put the pressure on them. I love citing Vail, Arizona. That is the marquee example of how you take back your country, your county, city by city, school board by school board. You get in their forking face, you rain down so much energy on them, cowards and bullies who will always project their dark energy and tyranny on you every single time a tyrant backs up. When the numbers of the masses turns against them, every cell in their body goes in retreat. They psychological in retreat, just like in Vail, Arizona. These people resigned on the spot. Then they got the hell out of Dodge. They ran. 300 parents or whatever, however many. What did they do? They ran their asses out of Dodge. They voted on a new school board on site and killed a mask mandate on their kids. That's not hard to do. You massively outnumber these people. You massively outnumber these scumbags. What they're afraid of is that you actually, the general.
Yeah.
You there, Pop? Okay. All right, well, got you back. We massively outnumber them. My whole job out here is to keep kicking this hornet's nest until enough of you people get as pissed off as I am and get in there.
Probably a seized border bus.
They're all cowards. They're cowards. They're cowards. You got cowards like Scott Conklin down in State College, Pennsylvania, Phillipsburg.
How many people do you think he's gotten on a watch list? And how quickly do you think they'll point at hatchet-waving psychopaths and claim we're all them just as we're starting to make some headway within federal? I don't care if you're left or you're right or you're in the middle. I think we should all make a major push to transparency, stop doing shit behind closed doors, term limits, and equal law applied equally no matter your position. Whatever law they pass, they can't. Congress can't vote themselves out. I don't care if it's a fucking insurance mandate. I don't give a fuck if it's goddamn more taxes. I don't give a fuck if it's you have to go once a year and take a class on not smoking. I don't give a fuck what it is. I think we could all push for that. But what's going to happen as we get close to passing some of this stuff, we get some momentum behind us, we get a few million people on board, all of a sudden some idiot with a hatchet and a Patriot Street Fighter tattoo is going to show up and fucking gun down a bunch of people, and they're going to say, look, I told you that movement was dangerous, we shut them down now with an iron fist. And there you go. That's how you stop a legitimate movement with an illegitimate one.
From where I'm from. Guy's a total piece of shit. Of course he's a Democrat. That goes with a brand. But here this guy.
I also want, I should have named this too. I also want if you sit and hold a public office, I want full electronic and searchable database of every fucking investment you have. So I know when a law passes or when you make a fucking stock trade, I don't want it like you got it now in a basement being kept on handwritten documents that are unsearchable and it's only open for 4 hours a day and no one knows where anything is. I want it a searchable database. It's goddamn 2021. Digitize that motherfucker and I want to be able to search you by name, state, party, fucking blood type if I want to.
Guy has a very beautiful kind of a vintage antique store with all kinds of amazing stuff. And you know what? He supported a mask mandate. He supported closing down businesses. You know what this ice hole did? He put a rack of potato chips in this place and kept it open because it was considered a food establishment. That's what this piece of shit is. It's who these people are. I got a representative in my dad's district at home where I grew up, young guy, Tommy Sankey. I've held fire on this guy for...
Even if you 1,000% thought Scott was genuine in this, you can still see how his rhetoric could take a legit crazy person and make a crazy person out of them. Make them do a crazy thing. A thing that gets us all labeled. That guy's been disproven multiple times. He just laughs and sidesteps it. He ain't giving up shit.
For a year. Young guy, representative, same thing, goes down to the Capitol building in Harrisburg. He's not fighting a war to stop this election bullshit.
Professor Dave Explains on YouTube, who does this for a fucking living, has disproven everybody at Globebusters, at the fucking podcasts, on their videos, and they just say, yeah, I bet you believe we're moving 144,000 miles an hour too, don't you? And laugh. He's disproven it. He's showing the science.
Shit, guess what? I guess I'm going to have to take my war to his doorstep. It started last night. He's going through the 4th.
They don't want someone to disprove them. They want a fucking spectacle.
July parade past my parents' house. My sister held up a sign about something about going after election fraud. She calls out to him. He looks at her, kind of does one of these and turns his head. Oh, boy. You guys are making my job too forking easy. So guess what? It rained on Tommy Sankey. Go fork yourself, you milquetoast pussy. You go to Harrisburg, going to change something? You've done shit. My dad has the side of his embankment in front of his house being washed out because they put a bunch of fly ash and all the old mines up there, reran the natural water routes that had already been built underground 100-something years ago. Now it's coming into his property, washing it out, and I put this milquetoast pussy on the job called Department of Environmental Resources. He wouldn't do anything. It got so bad I sent him video. Oh boy, probably should do something about it. I'm like, forget it, asswipe. I already got it covered. I'm working on it myself. Why do we allow these people to get away with this bullshit? Because you knock on 2,500 doors and you find a bunch of people that'll vote you into an office?
Nope. There are several experiments that can be duplicated right here on Earth, including experiments to prove fucking gravity, including experiments to prove the distance to the sun and the shadow in relation to it, including experiments to estimate a drop that is not 8 inches per mile squared. That's for a parabola. That is not for a sphere. There are experiments that can be proved here straight on Earth, and every fucking day graduate students perform them. Every day.
If these people, folks, that you're electing or you're voting for, if they're not going into any state house, any city council, and being the most hated person in that building, you got the wrong person. If they're not talking like me, if they're not talking like Joey Gilbert, the Reno attorney who's a world champion boxer, just calls them motherforkers, not Patriot Street Fighter style, just calls them out, scumbags, the governor. If you're not attacking these asswipes, guess what? You got the wrong person. These people that go into these state houses, goes into the Capitol building, goes into City Hall, and they're getting along with these people, guess what? You just got forked over again. There's only one way to stop this. They have to put people in that'll be disruptive, that'll identify a single target in that state house, get on TV. I'm just using an example. He's a Patriot Street Fighter, so he knows I'm not really taking him on. I'd be scared, actually. He's got the tomahawk in his shirt. But I'd be calling this guy out by name. Hey, folks, let me tell you who this asshole is. Say it on TV. Even if you get in local news on a camera, say it. Shock the shit out of the people and the producer. Shock them. Why? Guy's an asshole. Say it. Let people out there know that you're willing to say what everybody else is saying, but nobody has the balls to say. That's why I came out, and I'm saying it. If you take this attitude, people, if you take your attitude public, trust me, it's going to bring the fear on top of these people like, holy crap, what is happening? What is happening? When Trump took on the mainstream media the day he made that announcement, and he looked right into that camera, and I've been doing this at that point, from 1990 to 2015. What was that? 25 years? 25 years that I've been doing this part of my life. Of course, I walked away in 06. Here we are in 15. And he looked right into that camera and he said, fake news. I nearly passed out. And he said it a couple times. I was like, holy shit, we found him. We found him. Here's our modern day Moses. Let's go. We are now in the...
They can't explain anything. They're stuck in the Dunning-Kruger effect, and they can't get past it. They literally can't.
We're going to win. This guy's an original Patriot Street Fighter. You never, ever, ever get into a fight with somebody who pours ink by the barrel. He said, fuck you. You're the enemy of the people. Boom. Yeah! Donald Trump. That's when I came back in. I said, we have a chance now. We have a fighter. We have a guy that's not afraid of these scumbags. Lion Ted Cruz, crooked Hillary, low energy Jeb, went right down the bush, humiliated all of them. I'm like, this is a dream. I'm like, oh my God, stop. Oh my God. I couldn't believe it. Now we have something. And what did he do? Now, you saw what he did. And now I'm going to ask you this. What are you going to do? What are you going
There'll be walkers and tennis balls flying everywhere.
Of the global power structure and dismantle it in a fashion the world never saw was possible? What are you going to do to follow it up? What are you going to do to help finish this job? Are you willing to stand in the face?
Yeah, this is about over.
The local enemies, the school board scumbags, these people will stand there and just put this bullshit in your face that's ruining your society, ruining your kids. What are you going to do? What are you prepared to do? I'm out here to get you to prepare for battle. You've got to prepare for battle and go after these bastards. We have to get in their face and take them down. And I promise you this. This, for me, this war doesn't stop. This does not stop until we take down this systematic and systemic trafficking of our greatest, most precious resource and asset, the children, that these people are dining on every day. They're cannibals. They're pedivores. They're murderers. They're rapists. They're child traffickers. That's why I came out. That's why I put Save the Children on these shirts and put that tunnel system on the back of it, because there's not a single big box retailer or design house in this country or world that has the balls to do it. So I decided I got to do it myself. I'm going to shove this in your face, right down your throat, till it comes out your backside. That's what I'm doing. And that's what I'm going to keep doing out here every single day until these bastards are buried in the ground, in a box. And if you're prepared to...
Don't worry, we're planning a video on it.
Fight, I promise you, I'm going to continue to call down a thunder of we the people until these bastards are dead and they're gone. Then we're free, and then you're going to inherit the planet that you rightfully deserve. Patriot Street Fighter, over and out. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
All right, that was the last Scott McKay video, I think. I wanted to do Conspiracy Killer's video right quick. If you guys don't know Conspiracy Killer, he's got a decent channel. You guys should go subscribe. I'm going to be dropping his link. It is on Scott McKay, but he does a good job breaking down. I like Conspiracy Killer's videos. Just because we don't agree on everything, I do like a lot of his videos. I'm going to drop his link to his channel. Let's check this video out right quick. I don't know if that's copyright free, but
this little bit what he said, because it's absolutely parroting what I say just in reverse. Let me explain. Let me kind of set this up here. I'm going to play this little bit here where Scott McKay, I always tell you that the Crown, the Jews, always play both sides of the fence. They play good guy, bad guy. They have to. If they're controlling everything, they have to do that. It just can't be one way. Otherwise, their hand will be exposed. They can't do that. They got to play both sides of the fence. They know that. Well, Scott McKay, what he says is absolutely unreal, because he says the exact opposite, but the exact
this is
Let me play this.
There's
so
the video.
what I'm talking about. Listen to this.
mRNA spike protein murder weapon, anything else they come out with, we're done. We're not going to put up with any of this anywhere, in any supermarket, in any doctor's office. We're not doing it. All of us. They all back away. And then we go take down the greatest part of that criminal architecture, the leaders of them. They have nowhere to go. They have nowhere to hide. They're just waiting for you. There is an alliance operation. The alliance powers, in my opinion, are controlling both sides of this war to help.
Okay, the alliance, so-called good guys he had just mentioned, are playing both sides of this war. They're only doing this for your own good, according to him. They're waiting for you to wake up, for you to snap out of your trance. And when they realize enough of you have snapped out of your zombie state, then, only then, will they take over the deep state. But hey, they're holding back. They're waiting for people their consciousness to expand and say, holy living mother, I see what you're doing. That's what he says the alliance is doing. They're playing both sides of the fence. And when in fact, through my videos, I says it is the Crown that plays both sides of the fence. Now we're only 33 seconds into this. I haven't listened to this all the way through, so let's listen to a little more. I'll do a little comment on here, but how amazing how he says the alliance is playing both sides of the fence. I'm telling you, it's the crown playing both sides of the fence. Interesting, right? And the only reason the alliance hasn't come forth and taken down the deep state is they're waiting for you, the people, the dumb masses, to wake up to the fact that, oh, wow, I get it. And then they're going to take down the deep state. What a con. He could take that on for the next 5 years. You know, enough of you haven't woken up yet. Enough of you have not seen the light yet. So they're waiting on you to wake up. And only then, when enough of you have woken up to the fact that you see what's actually going on here, only then will we take the deep state down. But
Clay Clark got him booted.
Sons of bitches got to wake up first.
It's about time they came after that deep state plant.
You have got to be kidding me.
Being a little bit too obvious.
Help wake you up. You want this thing to come down fast? We need everybody awake. You need to stand up. They're watching us. When are they ready? When is it going to...
So they're watching us. Or the Alliance, I'm sorry. The Alliance is watching us. They're aware of who's awake and who isn't. They're watching us. What is a telltale sign they see that enough of you dipshits are awake for the Alliance to start taking down the deep state? Can you believe this? So this could go on for 25 years, people, if you don't wake up. You have to wake up for the deep state to take them down. According to Scott McKay, what a new twist this is. So they're watching all of you. You're all asleep yet. That's why nothing has happened. What a perfect con, right? He can grift this as long as he wants. Once the Alliance sees that the American public is finally woken up, then we'll take down the deep state. I'm going to play this back just a little bit. Let's listen to this one more time. This is unbelievable.
Help wake you up. You want this thing to come down fast? We need everybody awake. You need to stand up. They're watching us. When are they ready? When is it going to hit them? When is that wrecking ball coming back like a pendulum going to hit them into consciousness and say, Holy Mary, Mother of God, this is what they're doing? They're trafficking this many kids. They got this massive adrenochrome operation. My heroic Hollywood actor, they're like,
trafficking kids, there's no evidence of that. Adrenochrome, that's just made up. We don't have any evidence or proof. I'm not saying trafficking does not exist, but at the level they're talking about, we don't know of anything. It's all in secrecy. Of course, everything's in secrecy because it doesn't exist. I'm not saying trafficking does not happen. But according to Scott, the only way this thing is going to end, the only way we're going to take down deep state is they're waiting for you to wake up. Isn't that the biggest line of bullshit you have ever heard in your life? They're waiting for you. You have to wake up first before we take these cocksuckers down. Holy shit. Let's go on, Scott. Wow, what a line of shit. And the people buy it by the millions.
I just love my politician, my senator that I just revered. They're conducting this kind of activity on children. They're waiting for you to say, enough is enough. When you all stand up, believe me, they're on the sidelines as they're dismantling this architecture. They're waiting to kick this thing into high gear. And
they're just waiting on you. Out of the mouth of superstar Scott McKay. We're waiting on you, people. You need to wake up. You need to ascend. You need to go to 5D consciousness. And only then will we take down the deep state. Do you hear what he's talking about? Let's listen to some more of this shit show coming out of Scott McKay's mouth.
And wipe this thing out fast. But they're waiting for you. That's why as long as we're on this tour, I'm going to keep calling down the thunder of we the people until all of this bullshit ends. It's all up to you. Save our kids, absolutely. Save our kids. So I want to introduce you to somebody who's an incredibly special person in this country. Many people have not yet had the privilege to learn about this man. And for whatever reason, all these puzzle pieces keep snapping in place in my world that's led me to a stage with people like this. An international humanitarian icon like Sasha Stone. A powerhouse human...
Sasha Stone is as dark as it gets, people. I did a video on him. Go watch it. Sasha Stone is nothing what you think he is. Sasha Stone is tied into Robert David Steele. Robert David Steele is in the CIA. The CIA is a foreign corporation in the United States who create high crimes against humanity that would call Robert David Steele a high treasonist. That's just the way it rolls. So none of this makes sense. None of this jives. All of this garbage coming out of Scott McKay's mouth is just lip service. It's just lip service. It's an illusion, because now he's telling you the only way the alliance is going to take over the deep state is when you son of a bitches wake up. And that's why he's out on tour. You need to keep funding me. Fund me, fund me, fund me. I'll keep
That's right.
going. Keep funding me so I can get all you people to wake up. Once I get enough people to wake up, only then will the alliance take down the deep state. People, you actually believe that? What the hell they care what you think? If it was such a serious matter, they're not going to wait for you to fucking wake up. It might take 500 years for the public to wake up. So you may not even see it in your lifetime. You heard it straight out of the horse's mouth, right out of Scott McKay. They're waiting on the sidelines, waiting for you, the people, to wake the hell up. That's the most stupidest thing I have ever heard. I'm not waiting for 300 million people to fucking wake up to take down this deep state if that's what my plan was. Not waiting for those people, because that might take hundreds of years. This is a total grift, total bullshit, people. Don't buy into this son of a bitch here. He's a liar. He's telling you the alliance playing both sides of the fence. The good guy, the bad guy. They're controlling both sides. I'm telling you, people, this son of a bitch is an agent. This whole tour is funded by Robert David Steele, CIA agent. Crown.
This is obviously before they split.
And now he's got Sasha Stone. I'm not going to even go into that narrative. I did a video on Sasha Stone exposing that rat in the cellar. People, don't buy into this. Start thinking on your own. Start observing. Don't believe anything. Observe everything. This cat you're seeing on the screen right here is a liar. There's no truth in him. There's no soul in him. He's a dark entity. All he does is spew lies from his mouth. He has no proof, no evidence of anything he has ever said that it has ever rolled off his goddamn tongue. He has no evidence that it actually exists. And why should you believe it? And why would you not question that? He just set you guys up. He just told you, played the video, and you can replay it. He told you they're just sitting on the sidelines. The alliance, the military, they're waiting for you stupid assholes to wake up. And only then will they do something. Well, what kind of strategy is that? I can't believe I heard him puking out of the mouth like that. You are exposed, Scott McKay. You are a douchebag. You are a loser. You are a con, and you are a grifter. Stop falling for this bullshit. It's all bullshit. He can't prove nothing. He just set you guys up for something that could go on and on and on until the day you son of a bitches die. You will never see it come into fruition.
He's pretty straightforward, guys.
On the sideline because
I like him though a lot.
And it's all because of Scott McKay. The only reason you're going to wake up is because he's touring, and you need to fund him millions of dollars so you can wake you guys up and grip the shit out of you. And only
video, hold on.
Will be.
Good night.
Love you.
Love you.
Hey,
Bye. Good day.
Say
Oh, we done I do.
Dab it on.
I died on you.
I'm not a hoe. Mommy's a hoe. Yeah.
Has the body cam.
You're pointing at her. There's a hoe. Now you can't see the camera. Here comes Ollie with the 99 news, with that 99 news, with that 99 news. A song.
Oh, wait, 99 news.
I feel like a
I feel like
monster.
No, it called okay. It all got this shortcut walk. It walk on this shortcut. It got her walk on this.
It's the weekend. You're not supposed to do 99 News. Say goodnight. Chicken, chicken, chicken. Chicken wing, Ollie and bologna. Because I'm a savage.
Ollie.
Mommy's lady parts smell like cabbage.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody night. Say love you.
Night. I will night.
Bye. All right, here we go. Let's finish. He was almost done. I should have just let it play out, but
Alliance are sitting on the sidelines waiting for the public to wake up like a wrecking ball hitting him in the consciousness. And the explosion goes on and say, oh, I see, I get it. Like, how are they supposed to know when that moment actually happens? Do you see how stupid this is? Do you see what a con this is? It's all bullshit, people. Don't buy into it. Believe nothing, observe everything. This is a con, this is a psyop, this is a massive grift. Wake the hell up.
he doesn't hold anything back. That's for sure. Which I don't think he should. I mean, he's out there. He's not spreading any lies. He's just straightforward with his opinion. And yeah, I appreciate Conspiracy Killer. You can check him out on YouTube. It's Conspiracy Killer. I'll drop the link one more time, and we're going to move on to a person we haven't covered in a while. We're going to move on to a Brad Barton video. But first, let me hit you with this remix because I got to go take a piss. I'll be right back. Enjoy.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up. And
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
It's some office about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some office about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And yeah. Woo, woo. and
Mars in the house.
hey. The jab. Pine needle tea.
Underground Doms save the children.
Social Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel.
Medbed.
Martial law.
1745, 10 Days of Darkness. Digging tunnels. Dogecoin, the evergreen. 19. Vaseline. Boom. Here we go. All right, here we go. Well, Johnny, you can go to mommy's basement. The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some office about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
We are now the news.
They are now the news, so they say. No update on Scotty at all, or his dad. I even went to Twitter to look. No update there, except that he's got COVID. I mean, again, he was peddled around as a prop. I don't know how else to put that. It doesn't look good. And his age range and probably health issues he has, I don't know that it's going to go too well. But we'll see. Hope he makes it out all right. I hope he does well. I hope Scott doesn't come out with some med bed bullshit that doesn't exist, but we'll see. Let me go over. We got a Brad Barton I want to show, so I got to sign into my Ultra Secret account. So give me just a minute. It's not one of his regular shows because his regular shows are boring as fuck. It's a speaking event he did. Let me find it right quick. Damn, I just saw it. What did I do? That's not it. That's not it. Here it is. Okay, let me move it over where you guys can see it.
Brad Barton can teach you all how to preach. Now, he can't tell the story about Johnny right here.
Scott's dad.
40 minutes, and then he won't have time for his speech.
Scott says that he was attacked by an unknown bioweapon. It almost took his whole team out, but it was too weak to get to him because they're a bunch of pussies who live in their mom's basement. But apparently his dad was attacked by a separate, very strong bioweapon called COVID.
Speech notes, because Lynn's got them, but I've never had them. But these are going to the young lady who bought the picture tonight. But then I'm going to get it later. All right, Brad? One of the funniest men on the internet today. One of the
Excuse me? One of the funniest men on the internet today? One of the funniest men on the internet today.
Most genuine men on the internet today. And by the way, do you know why he called it the Lil Talk Show? He used to sneak out of bed at night. And
his wife's like, haha, you got a little pinky there.
Where you going? I'm going to do my talk show. You mean your little talk show, Brad? Yeah, my little talk show. Then he showed her that he had a couple 100,000 people following him, and she about went crazy, didn't she, Brad? So, Brad Barton, give him a big round of applause, everybody.
All right, thank you.
I would care to say I have more people that would say that I'm the funniest person on the internet than Brad would. I don't think I'm the funniest person on the internet. A lot of times I don't even think I'm funny. I like it when you guys laugh because it makes me laugh. But I don't think I don't think comedy is part of Brad's routine.
Well, I tell you what, they really clapped for me better in Spartanburg. I'm going to give y'all another try. Go ahead.
They didn't even clap for him. Brad's head's getting fuzzy. He might be growing it out like Lynn Wood so he can comb it over.
No, I'm just joking. Hey, is that shrimp good or what? I'm telling you what, man. Lynn knows how to throw a party. Good heavens. I mean, you couldn't even go eat for $25 for this kind of deal. And you get Lynn, Candace, Doug Billings. My gosh. Well, I'm going to be a little part of it, but, you know, yeah, I can't tell
Where's the humor?
Johnny story here in public. It's one of those deals you have to learn in private. And, cause it gets real good. You'll get it later.
One of the funniest men on the internet. Crickets chirping. Oh, you'll get it. Take that home with you. You'll get it later. Make sure to tip your waitresses. Oh, God.
Okay.
Tough crowd, huh, Brad?
I'm not going to be Pastor Johnny tonight. I'm going to be Brad. You know, it's an honor to be here to support Candace Taylor for governor of Georgia. And yes, because she is part of us. She's one of us. One of we, the people. Hello, hello. She is one of we, the people.
No one's engaging at all. They're not cheering. They're not excited. They're not clapping. They damn sure ain't laughing.
Not the establishment. You know, our founding fathers said that we should go serve in Washington, Atlanta,
Brad's getting thick.
Wherever. You're going to what? Serve. Okay, do we need a definition of what the word serve means? I don't think we do. You're supposed to go and serve. And then you're going to come home to your families. Okay? Not stay up there and be served. Okay? We've got politicians.
Hey, man.
We've got people that couldn't run a lemonade stand out here. They probably couldn't get any.
He was expecting more crowd engagement for his little joke, but it didn't go over well.
Other job. They're just good at talking, and they got up here and they've become a permanent class. Trump calls them the what? Swamp. That's right. Well, hey, we got a swamp in Atlanta, Georgia, and we got the lady that's going to drain that baby. You understand me? You know, those other people, they're all part of the swamp. They're all established politicians. How long?
Yeah, I saw a woman was beheaded, decapitated, found on the sidewalk by her boyfriend, who was a Cuban immigrant. She worked at the Dollar Tree and at My Pillow. I don't think she ran the place, but she worked at it. I did hear that.
Vernon Jones been in the business of politics.
By the way, Potatoes, I thought you were I thought you were just joking. That's why you had your name as Potatoes Potato. I didn't know you were really fucking out here talking shit.
I don't know. I don't care. The bottom line is it's too long, like you said. Okay? But let me just tell you, I want to give you a little bit, and I'm going to come back to this. And I spoke in Spartanburg, and I said something the other day that I believe is worth saying again. We are in the position we're in this country because of people like you and I.
It will. Brad already tries to call his show his ministry and try to say that it's off limits from anybody making jokes or talking about it or talking negatively about it, because when they attack me, they're attacking you. And when they attack you, they're attacking God Almighty.
Now, you can get mad at me and say, well, it's not my fault. Okay, well, you lying. Okay? Because, or at least I think you're lying. I know it's my fault because I've been running a business. I've been enjoying life. I've been living the dream. I've been out on the Wave Runner with my son. I've been out having fun. You said, well, what are you talking about, Brad? That's America. Yeah, I know it's America. But it's also our freedom. It rides on our vigilance. Our vigilance to maintain it. And friend, we've been asleep at the wheel.
He actually recorded it on his cell phone, and the video's on the internet.
Our car is in the ditch. That's why our country is in the ditch. Okay? And so I want to just share and I've only got a few minutes here. This is going to be hard for me. I usually talk a lot longer. I've only got one page of notes, Lynn. One page. This other one's empty. Okay? But talk from the empty one? Okay. It's about the same either way. You know, Thomas Jefferson was quoted as saying, "How little do my countrymen know what precious blessings they are in possession of, and which no other
A man was
people on
arrested for
earth enjoy." For you in the back, I will. How little do my countrymen know what precious blessings they are in possession of, and which no other people on earth enjoy. John Adams said, you will never, this one really hit me. I've never read this before, and I taught history for about 10 years as a school teacher when I coached. I've never heard this one, and maybe I'm showing my ignorance, but I thought this was. John Adams said, you will never know how much it has cost my generation to preserve your freedom. I hope you
I didn't block anybody.
will make good use of it.
But you were just talking shit the entire show. But if I want to block somebody, I sure can.
You will never know how much it has cost my generation.
That's why it's my show and not Potato's show.
He's talking about time away from his family. He's talking about laying down his life for a greater cause, something that's bigger than yourself. This is who they were. This is who we come from. And yet we're all busy making money and doing other things, having fun. And I'll use the nice word, we're about to squander it away. Okay? Well, sure to get quiet in here. You know, here's the next one. Samuel Adams. I got 3 of them. This is the last one. Samuel Adams said, if you love wealth better than liberty, the tranquility of servitude better than the animating contest of freedom, go home from us in peace. We ask not your counsels or your arms. Crouch down and lick the hands which feed you. May your chains set lightly upon you, and may posterity forget that you were our countrymen. Now I'm going to tell you something. As I looked at this, God pointed this out to me just a few minutes ago. You know, because I said it reads, if you love wealth better than liberty. And I thought, okay, well, that's speaking to people like me and you. We want to go out and live our lives. We want to have fun with our families. We want to do all these things. There's nothing wrong with those things, people. But somebody's got to make a sacrifice. Somebody has got to step up to the plate. And, you know, so I'm thinking, okay, that's what it's talking about, the wealth. It's talking about if we love wealth more. It's talking to people like you and I. But there's another side to this coin, too. I want you to think about this. I think it's also talking about people that are in Washington, D.C., and Atlanta and Columbia, South Carolina, that love wealth because they couldn't get a real job. You follow me? And they are up there getting rich. They love wealth more than liberty. Friend, freedom isn't free. As Doug talked about, freedom isn't free. Our military, yeah. With great sacrifice comes great reward. The greatest sacrifice was on the cross. And it comes with the greatest reward ever. But see, with little sacrifice comes little reward. That's our problem today. We got too many wannabe patriots. We got too many people that's sitting on it just talking.
I haven't seen, so I heard like he videotaped the actual part of it or whatever. But the video that I've seen that I can't show you, I can link to it if you really want to see it in the Telegram or something. But somebody's recording outside their house and a body is thrown down on the ground outside their house. And then the guy picks up the head and gets in the car and drives off. Like he was driving around with it until he was arrested. But he's had multiple domestic abuse things going on. He's wanted for arson for burning his house down last year. I think they've had 4 or 5 domestic abuse incidents. She worked at the she didn't run My Pillow because she wouldn't have to work at the Dollar Tree as well. She worked at the Dollar Tree and My Pillow. She was probably a low-level employee, and that's why she's working 2 jobs.
And not doing. We got a bunch of human beings instead of a bunch of human doings. My buddy gave me that a while ago. That was good. I'll give you a 20. I want to close with this. There was a young man that wanted to make a lot of money. And he went to a guru, and he told the guru, I want to be just like you. I want to make a lot of money, man. I want to be successful. I want to drive a Lamborghini. I want to have the biggest house.
I'm going to report you for harassment. What famous fucking last words? Easy there, Patriot.
Like Tomatli, I want to,
Dumb fuck.
All right? Lynn always gets the last laugh because he always speaks last, so he'll get me. But anyhow, and the guru said, if you want to be successful, you meet me tomorrow at Folly Beach out here. You meet me on the beach, I'll teach you how to be successful. Make a lot of money. So the guy's excited. He gets out there at 5 a.m. He's got his 3-piece suit on. Need to wear his swimming trunks. Okay? He wants to make money. He said, I'm going to do what the man guru said. Can I get off of this? I can't.
Oh, God. Now he's trying to get the crowd to interact with him by going to the crowd.
Agile or limber or, yeah, any of them things. Off of this before I slip.
He's getting... So the guy introduced him as the funniest man currently on the internet. He's not getting any laughs.
I'm going to wait and watch some of you drink some more and come out here and dance here in a little while, okay? That's going to be our entertainment, Lynn.
Brad, are they serving alcohol at this event? But I thought you was a man of God Almighty.
Okay? Here's the deal. He said, out here at Folly Beach tomorrow, I'm going to show you how. The guy gets out there. He says, come on out in the water. Come on out in the water. So he takes the young man out in the water. And he gets him out there, and it's about waist deep. It's about waist deep. And the guy says, what are we doing?
Hey, man, untuck your shirt.
I thought I wanted to make money. I don't want to be a lifeguard. I don't want to swim. I'm in a three-piece suit. He said, come on out a little bit more. Come on out a little bit more. He got him up to about here, about shoulder length, shoulder height. He said, dude, this dude's crazy. I mean, he's making money, but he's crazy. He said, I thought I'd make money, man. He said, come on out here a little bit farther. And he took the boy out till he was like right here. And he was gurgling.
What type of Brad gone teabagging event is this?
Guy said, man, I'm out of here. This is stupid. You making money, but you crazy as a run over dog. I'm out of here. The guy takes his head, shoves him under the water, holds him down. The guy's kicking, screaming, trying to fight for air. He holds him down, he holds him down, he holds him down until he's just about to pass out. Then he pulls old boy up. He said, I want to ask you a question, young man. What were you thinking just then underwater? What mattered most to you? He said, I wanted to what? Breathe. He said, when you want to be successful as bad as you want to breathe, you will be successful. Now you might say, well, what's that mean? What's that got to do with what we're talking about? It's got everything to do with what we're talking about. Because we're asking people to sacrifice.
This is just one of his pyramid scheme speeches that he took to Lynn Wood's house.
We're asking people like you and I, normal, everyday people, countrified people, city.
Yeah, that's a saying down here in the South. And Brad's from Tennessee. Crazy as a run over dog. I think it's kind of gruesome, but what I think it relates to is like either a dog that gets hit and then like staggers around, or a dog that gets hit and has brain damage and is never right again. I had a hunting dog once that got hit by a car, and it was kind of never right again. I mean, it survived and stuff. It was just, it would only walk in circles to its left. It would try to drink water and like water would be running out of its mouth for like 10 minutes after that. It's just a saying here. I don't know.
People, all kinds of people. That's what Lynn talks about, is we the people. We the people have the power. Not D.C., not Atlanta, not Columbia. And it's time to take back what's rightfully ours. Do you understand? We're going to have people step up. And no one, I don't see anyone doing it more than Candace Taylor. Here's a lady. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Dan?
Really? I know better than to try to jump up there. I'm 51. Here's a lady. How many kids you got, Candace? 3? I thought you had 5. You got 2 in heaven. Okay, great. Here's a lady with 3 kids and a husband and a career. How old are your kids? 16, 13, and 4. But Brad, I'm busy. I need somebody else to do it. Yeah, that's what got us in this mess. Is we want somebody else to take responsibility. You've got somebody right here that's taking responsibility, that's willing to sacrifice and serve we the people. If you live in Georgia, I don't know if you need more help, but if you live in Georgia, you need to be seeing whoever's in charge of Candace's campaign, and you need to be saying, sign me up, I'll volunteer, I'll go door to door, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Okay? And then when you get done doing that, and all you folks that don't live in Georgia, I'm finna get you too. Hold on. And then when you get done doing that, you can do whatever all of us other folks are going to do that don't live in Georgia. And that's you're going to get off your butt and you're going to get in the game. Quit being a panty waste.
All right, so I just looked up part of your story. Iceland is not requiring pregnant women, but they do offer it to pregnant women. And they're giving it to pregnant women in Iceland at their own type of clinics. Like there's days at clinics that is just for women who are pregnant, 12 weeks or more, and they're recommending it, and that's it. The story says more than 400 pregnant women attended a group vaccination site.
Why this dude talking about my kids?
Let's finish Brad's speech. It's almost over, and then I'll read this story. It's not actually what is being shown on Telegram. Thank you very much, Dave. He talks about everybody's kids. He's the coach. He's the best parent. He's the best multi-level marketer. He's better than you. I'll read the story in just a minute.
I guess I done said it. All right, I'm getting in my locker room now. It's halftime. We finna put a foot up somebody's behind. Hey, but we're going to win the ball game. I promise you that. I promise you that. We're going to win. See, and when you got people, friend, you better understand something. We're drowning. Wake up. You don't realize it, but the frog has come to the point where he is boiling.
Is that a shot?
Wake up and realize where we are. Wake up and get involved. Wake up and support people like Candace Owens for governor of Georgia. Guys, I love you. Thank you for letting me be here. God bless you. And let me bring up the man, the myth, the legend, Presley Stutz.
So, I mean, like, I'm glad Brad's doing regular news now, which seems to be a common occurrence when they have a run-in with bologna fraud. But they also get super boring. So everybody keeps asking me, why no Brad? Why aren't we covering Brad? Why aren't we covering Doug? They're boring. I don't know if you've seen this, but they're boring. Here's this story from Iceland. It says Iceland now recommending vaccination for women over 12 weeks pregnant, but not without setbacks. More than 400 pregnant women attended a group vaccination at a site specifically dedicated to the pregnant women on, I can't say that word. It's like a town in Reykjavik on Thursday when a small but vigorous protest began, RUV reports. So this is the actual news report in whatever language that is. One woman was arrested for creating a public disturbance. The vaccinations began at 9 a.m. and continued until afternoon. The women were organized into small groups according to their birth months, with those born in January and February, or like I guess due in January and February, the first to be vaccinated. This is from July, by the way. July 30th. It was from 2 days ago. The vaccinations began at 9 a.m. and continued. They were by birth months. The orderly scene was disrupted around 10 a.m., however, when only 2 women show up, but began a very extremely vocal protest at the site. One of the women began screaming and becoming increasingly agitated. She was screaming at other people, among other things, and at other people, that the vaccine was poison and called pandemic authorities murderers, then began lashing out at some of the women, claiming that they were there to kill their child. She tried to strike one woman. There were 2 women here. This is a quote. There are 2 women here who had different point of view than we do here, said one of the women, a nurse and vaccination project manager who tried to calm the woman down. but was almost struck before police arrived. She was concerned about the vaccines, but this isn't the place to protest the decisions of the pandemic authorities, so we had to call the police to help us deal with the issue. It was becoming a danger to the women here. Police stayed on site the rest of the day. So that's what happened, or at least that's the news report that happened there. But they are not forcing anybody, still by choice. The only change they made is earlier this month on the 17th, I think, is when the other article said they started recommending it. But I'm just, that might be, you might think that's stupid and they shouldn't be doing it, but the woman can't go there and try to assault people either. You know what I'm saying? Even if she's the most vocal opponent of it, she can't go trying to assault people, even in Iceland. But I know how they spread stuff on Telegram, and it's always with a narrative. So it is what it is. You can argue the point with the Icelandic authorities, sure, but you can't go there and do that. Brad's fancy website basically doesn't work at all. The last person we're going to cover is Mark. Hey, Mark. I have not watched this. We're going to watch it together and probably jump around. But we just haven't covered him in a while. I want to see what he's talking about now. He got a big boost from that somebody shouting him out in Jason Q's call-in show. So we'll see if it helped out any.
Go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. All right, so we're getting fired up here.
Here we go.
Got quite a few people already. Signal strength is good. Everybody let me know I'm 5x5, if you would. Let me know I'm 5x5.
Yeah, I wasn't saying you were. I was just saying, like, the Telegram people present whatever story they want and show a clip of a video. You know what I mean? It's weird.
5x5, everybody. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure even in Iceland, if they made it mandatory or you went to jail, that I'm sure their husbands would stand up. I mean, if they made it mandatory for me or you went to jail, we would be part of the resistance, even if we already had it. You can't make stuff like that mandatory or jail time. That's not the way it works. Now I can almost guarantee they're going to try some shit like you can't fly, or you can't go to this sporting event, you can't go to this, you can't go to this concert, you can't do that. That's a little bit different than being jailed, especially if it's a private entity that's doing it. It's a pressure tactic is what it is.
Thank you. All right. Houston, Texas, in the house. Roxborough, North Carolina. Sherry, it's go time, that's for sure. Never wore a mask and never will.
There we go, Mark.
Going around a lot lately. I join you there. Wilmington, North Carolina, in the house. Springfield, Illinois. Mindy, welcome. 5x5. Thank you, Mindy. Let me close out a Telegram so the notifications don't block my screen. Riverside, California, in the house. Florida, in the house. Whitney, Texas, in the house. Scranton, PA, in the house. And Trump is our president. You got that right. Byron Center, Michigan, in the house. Greenville, Tennessee, in the house. The great state of Tennessee.
Oh, God. Greenville, Tennessee.
Welcome. South Point, Ohio. Bolton, Ontario, Canada. Excuse me. Cartersville, Georgia. Welcome in the Trump train. West Virginia, Trump train in the house. Kimberly, welcome. Spokane, Washington, in the house. Corpus Christi, Texas. We're 5x5 with Monty. Welcome, Monty. Thank you. Chapel Hill, Tennessee, in the house. From Fayette, Alabama, welcome. Roseboro, North Carolina. Roxborough, North Carolina. Miami, Oklahoma. Saginaw, Michigan, in the house. Martinsville, Virginia, in the house. Oh, let's see. Scranton, in the house. Louisville, Kentucky. Biloxi, Mississippi. Savannah, Georgia, in the house. South Carolina. Avernus, Florida, in the house. Maine is in the house. Wow, welcome, Maine. Cologne, Minnesota, excuse me. Connecticut in the house. Wheeling, Wyoming. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Evansville,
Who's in the house?
Georgia.
Who's in the house over here tonight? Where you guys from?
Quincy, Illinois in the house.
How was your drive in?
Blinken went to the UN, and Millie met with NATO last week, just before audits are going to be revealed. Good for them. That's funny. Don't you love a good story? Shelbyville, Indiana, excuse me. Brian would love you as well. Thank you, thank you. Howdy from Hampton, Tennessee, where we go one, we go all. Trump train, roll on. That's right. That's right. Welcome, Brian. Digging in North Carolina after that tip last night. Sweet. Deering, Georgia. Let me correct that tip right quick. CISA.gov. CISA.gov, guys, is where you want to go to start with.
Caesar.
They have changed it around some, so I'm going to share that with you hopefully later on. And they've also taken down the JCQ video with all the information in it. So imagine that when you're over to Target. Hello from Hawaii.
Oh, no. What are they doing at Caesar?
Colony, New York. Welcome.
Oh, no.
Payson, Arizona in the house.
Footer Scragg in the house.
Cincinnati, Ohio.
Mike in the dining room.
Hills, Ohio.
Pine Needle Tea Party.
Patriot, we love
Somebody
you.
should make a channel called that.
In the house. Welcome. Thank you. Looking good tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Susie.
What's up, Jimbo?
Louisiana in the house. Trump Triumph in the house, Mississippi. Welcome, welcome.
So I don't dislike Mark as much as Doe either. The problem is Doe is literally making instructional videos to commit fraud against the federal government while also trying to collect money from the federal government. He's literally making instructional videos of how to get charged with a crime federally.
Fayetteville, Tennessee in the house. Minneapolis, welcome, welcome. A Minneapolis visitor, welcome. Kentucky, all right. Mark and Jennifer Cameron says hi from Shelbyville, Kentucky. Welcome. Greetings, greetings, greetings. Southfield, Michigan
It's Mark.
in the house. Alaska in the house. Elizabethtown, North Carolina, welcome.
It says it right here, Mark.
Barry's Bay, Ontario, Canada, welcome. Kentucky, Connecticut.
Mark.
Nadine, who's part of the plan, welcome. Hello from Australia, Maryland in the house. Ringgold, Virginia, welcome. And New Boston, Teresa, welcome. Trump loving West Virginia
biscuits.
girl.
Oh,
welcome,
no.
Carla. Yeah, all right. Headland, Alabama.
It's actually Mark Panini. Thank you though.
Me. She's asking everybody to like and share, guys. Like and share. It's all about faith. It's all about faith. Dwayne, that's right. Fulton, Missouri. Cape Girardeau, Missouri. God wins. Absolutely. Hallelujah. Phoenix, Arizona. Stony Creek, Ontario. God is great. That's that. Every day is great. We love you here in Texas. Thank you. Thank you. We love you back. Indiana. Mike from Wicks, Arizona. I'm sorry, Arkansas. Excuse me. Virginia. Virginia from Virginia. Welcome, Virginia. We take this time and over the next hour or so, the last 4 or 5 months, on the topic that he's going to share, and we're going to have him call in and share that message with us. Okay, so I asked him, hear me? Yes, sir. Right. Sean, can you hear me? Yes, sir. I can hear you. Sean, I would love to introduce you tonight across the telephone here. First off, I'm going to hold you up to my microphone so we can get this to working. But Sean, I'd like for you to meet 9,100 God-fearing patriots from the United States of America and more. Awesome. I've got a message for you all. Everybody, let me know if you can hear Sean. All right, Sean, give it a talk.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to start off by just saying I am not a competitor. I'm not in this for anything, and I don't want anything. I just want to get this message out to the American people, the military, and hopefully 19.
Yeah, I think he probably believes it too. Two big factors, though, again, is the instructional video of how to get charged with a felony, and two, lying about him getting his money, or at least leading people on to believe he got money, when in fact, the only thing he's got is his birth certificate, which he still claims is worth money.
when the Trump movement started, a lot of people were following it, and it was a lot of good stuff coming out. But I got curious, so I flipped the page, and I started doing research on the ground movement.
Let's not forget he's a patch salesman too.
Everyday Americans, patriots, just normal people, and it's pretty scary times we're living in right now. About all the information I'm getting, and I've done the research on. You want me to just go ahead and start spitting out the numbers, Mike?
Yes, sir. Let it rip.
Alrighty. So this is the numbers from the ground movement of just normal, everyday Americans. These are the people that are ready to go. And I'm shooting this number extremely low, just to be more accurate. I know it's much, much higher, but there are 50 million plus Americans with battle packs that are ready to go right now. And the numbers actually probably within the, what'd you say, Mike, with the militia is probably more like 100 million.
Wow. So if I heard you correctly, you know of 50 million organized Americans on the ground movement with battle packs ready to go right now.
Battle packs ready to go. So this is why
we're not talking about military. We're talking about
no,
everyday Americans, civilians.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's a very, very.
So 50 million. Wait a second. $50 million Americans is 1/4 of the adult population. And that's not counting the militias. There's 200 million Americans that are 18 or older. That's counting all the way up to your 104-year-old grandma. If we're just talking, let's say 18 to 35. That's, now listen, I hate to be a downer, okay? They're already on the ground, they're ready to go. That is 100% of every 18 to 35-year-olds, man and woman. That is 100% of every man or woman inside the United States. That's 18 to 35. Those are called fighting age. That's unless you're in Iraq and they got kids with grenades, that is fighting age men. %. Think about everybody you know. Every 4 people you know has one of them told you that they have a battle pack and they are ready to go at a moment's notice. No fucking way. There's no fucking way. Hold on just a second. I got to do some more math here. If we take the people away that are 65 and older, okay, let's take away the 65 and older because they're probably not carrying a battle pack. If we take them away, then we have 200, 210, 25, 175. Then we're talking about a full 30% of people. 1 out of every 3 people if we take away the 65 and older. No way. No way.
Low number.
That's a low number.
Everybody's tired of this. Everybody's tired of what's going on. And I'm hoping that this reaches out to the American people that we need to wait. We need to give some more time and not act. Just give the military time to get this rolling. I know they keep pushing us back, but I
Yeah, of course they are. They're trying to make somebody think it's time to take up arms, that it's a majority movement, that it's every person they know, because they don't hang out with the dirty cabal Democrats, and they're going to have somebody go pop off something, and that'll be exactly what their handlers want, so they can enforce tighter restrictions. I've never seen a group of people beg for the military to be in charge. I've never seen a fucking group of people beg for a leader to take charge using the military. You know, once you give that, you don't get that back. Show me anywhere in the world that a world leader, not in power, used the military to take power, and then at the end of it said, you know what, this isn't fair. I think we should go back to elections. I'm anointed by God. That's the reason I'm so good at this.
hopefully if something happens in August, because I honestly do not believe that there's going to be a wait in September, another pushback in September or further.
Wow, so you're thinking that the fuse is short for everybody. Yes, 100 million is what he's saying, 100 million plus. If you count militia, that's retired military.
Retired military.
Everybody, yes, 100 million is what he's saying, 100 million plus. If you count, you're thinking that the fuse is short for everybody. Yes, 100 million is what he's saying, 100 million plus.
That tells you it's a lie right there. There's only 175 million 18 to 64-year-olds. If we really wanted to be honest and knocked anybody over the age of 55 out, just for majority's sake, I'm not saying everybody over 55 would be knocked out. I'm just saying if we really want to be honest about it and knocked out everybody 55 years or older, I mean, what are we talking? That's probably another 60 million to 140. Then we're taking 100 million people plus out of 140. There's no way. There is no fucking way.
If you count militia, that's retired military.
Retired military, an ordinary, average, truckers, farmers, individuals.
Farmers is everything he's saying, guys. I'm going to let him get back to talking, but you're spot on with what you all are hearing. So, okay, go ahead. Keep going, Sean.
Oh, you're spot on. Sure.
We don't need, I mean, the Arizona election is going to be good. It's going to wake up the rest of the people. We do need that. But at this point in time,
if for some reason we said this was a male-only force, if for some reason we said this was a male-only force, I'm not saying that women couldn't be part of this. There probably are women that are super excited about this, sure. But if we said this is a male-only force, it would be every fucking male plus some in the United States, 18 to 104, the oldest living person in the world, in the United States. Every fucking person with a dick has a battle pack and is ready to go, plus some.
the American people that are not awake, they're just going to have to figure this out on their own in their own good time. I don't think that this country can wait much longer. Trump, or 19, the military needs to act as soon as possible, not like ASAP.
Look, we are not out of this. I don't want you to think it's doom and gloom and we're just stuck here. There is a movement going on. Everybody sees it. Other countries are standing by. They're protesting. They're out in the streets. We obviously got something going on. There's a lot of stuff happening world fucking wide. These people right here, Mark Panene and his group will be the event that they use to try to roll out the military and shut everybody down to stop this from coming.
Vacation mandates, that being pushed with the talk of another shutdown, that
Yeah, who the fuck you gonna fight? You've got every male from 18 to 104. Who are we going to be fighting? Every male includes the senators and the congressmen and the president and every male in the United States. How could there be are we fighting the women? Is that how this is laid out? Of course it's not going to be a civil war. There's no one left. Are we fighting the children? The women stay at home and the man and the children go out and fight in the front yard to death.
All right, so basically we're looking at Judgment Day, and it's probably going to blow way by being a civil and a revolutionary war right into Judgment, Judgment Day.
Yes. Another thing that probably, I heard this about, it's about 10 or 12 years ago on something that would collaborate with the shutdown. So if the semis in this country, if they stopped, and from the point that these truckers hit their brakes and set their...
The UN only has about 90,000 people. The entire UN forces from 122 countries has 90,000 people. I worked alongside of them overseas.
Their brakes. Within the first 24 hours, that the shelves will be cleaned. 48 hours after that would probably be riots, looting, and on 72 hours and beyond would be just outbreak of war. So we got to keep this country going. It can't shut down.
So we're not talking about the deep state or the cabal interrupting the truckers in the supply lines. We're talking more like...
Carolyn's over here tossing 58 salad. 58, what you call Mark?
The truckers decide to disrupt it. It's
not necessarily the truckers. If they came down to it to where they're driving interstate, if this pushed the vacation on everybody, if it just became to that where, we're dropping off like buses, we're not taking it, that would probably halt the trucking industry because of the deep state and the cabal.
Yeah. All right. So keep going. So definitely the truckers figure into it in some form or fashion. Not just because of the deep state. Yeah, not just because of the deep state and cabal, but in the waiting period, the country still has to keep going forward.
The country's got to keep going forward. Everybody's got to keep going forward. And it's just kind of playing to the American people just to give it more time to just, relax and just have a cup of coffee with the family and let this play out. Hopefully the military and 19 that act soon on it. But I think as the majority of the country and about as much as people as we're going to get awake is awake. And like I said, whoever's not, they're just going to have to figure that out on their own good time.
Well, so the ground movement that you've been studying over the last 3 or 4 months or so, or even further, leads you back to everything we just said.
Yeah, basically it's a big combination of everything. And I've been really seeing the writing on the wall of possible stuff happening really soon because if it, we've been told it's going to, obviously we don't rely on dates, but it's been in April and May and then pushed back to June and then with the audit stuff. And Americans we're tired. We are pretty much tired of it. There's a lot of struggling families out here. Inflation's going through the roof and it don't need to be. Gas prices are outrageous and they don't need to be. And just there's a lot of Americans are pretty upset right now.
The guy on the phone's name is Sean something. Actually, I probably need to skip back and see who it is. Hold on.
Boston, Teresa, West Missouri. God message out tonight. Sean's going to share it to the extent that your will. Father, we thank you, we love you, and we greatly, greatly adore the grace and mercy that you have shared.
The entire government's loving this. Look, if you have a valid movement with valid concerns, all you need is a few fucking nut jobs to shut it down. Trust me. I saw and was part of trucks rolling through trying to agitate people to get them to shoot at fucking vehicles so we could go in and shut a whole fucking city down. So we could take them off the fucking power grid and put them blacked out and get more people to shoot at us so we could go get more people.
This message out tonight. It's in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen.
All right. Everybody get fired up a little bit because tonight's message is going to be a little bit special. I've got a gentleman that's going to jump on with us and share something that a lot of people aren't talking about. I mean, there are some people talking about it, but Sean's going to share it to the extent that we haven't heard it before.
He just keeps saying Sean. He doesn't give his last name.
Research over the last 4 or 5 months on the topic that he's going to share. And we're going to have him call in and share that message with us. Okay. So I ask that you listen carefully and take the heed, everything he has. And if you have any questions that arise from what you're hearing, please write those questions down and we'll get to them after he's done. Without
Sean's hope. Sean, we thank you, Sean, for jumping on. Very little time. Guys, I had hold on. 5430. He doesn't give his last name.
Could you post the 2 videos you were talking about last night in your Telegram channel? I will post the one, yes, but the other one was taken down, guys. I went and looked for it everywhere last night before I finally fell asleep, and I apologize for that, but this heat, I mean, like today's heat index was like 111. All right, and I think the heat got all the way up to 108. Yes, I hope they get the Mexican cartels too. I didn't say that online. Let's see here. Kind of jump to questions and stuff pretty quickly with Sean coming out and sharing his message. Guys, I had very little time to vet Sean, but I did vet him very quickly. His research and stuff is very real. And it's like someone said in the chat, he is one of them 50 million average Americans. I just scrolled down to find it and then I shot right by it. Sorry.
I was hoping it'd be more impressive than that. Maybe not. I don't know who asked that question. Okay, so Sean's making us all go fight.
Just the audit results, but excuse me. Not just the audit results, but that D-class getting out. Do you really think that will speed things up for them or will it make it worse for us?
There's no way his numbers are real. It can't be. Look, in Iraq, the sons of bitches were crawling out of the fucking ground. They were on top buildings. They were inside every home and business when we went to Baghdad. And 10% of their population was what stood up, and about another 10% was in their army. You're trying to tell me that every man from 18 to 104 is coming out. I already agreed. They got a battle pack. I didn't agree to it. No one fucking told me. So there's one right off the list. None of my friends that were in the military I talked to have called me up and said, hey, you know we're going to war next month, right? You better get in shape, you fat son of a bitch. That's probably what they would say.
The more intel, the better. The more drops, the better. It's just how am I trying to say it? They need to do something pretty dramatic here really soon to ease the minds of the people.
So we're looking to ease the minds of the people.
Yes. That's a lot of people that are pretty ticked off right now. Veterans, everyday people.
Yeah, that's a lot of upset Americans. I would tend to agree with you, Sean. That's why, when you come to me about the ground movement, is there any...
Carolyn, that's a little... You don't have to tell me about your and Mark's love life.
Is there any other information outside of the basic stuff that you just... Not the basic, the fundamental stuff that you just shared with us that would pertain to us being a part of helping get the word out to at least let's wait out August?
Yeah, if the American people can share this message to get it out there to as many people as possible, from everyday Americans to military all the way to the top brass to get this message out.
No. You have everybody. Who are we sending this message to? Kids? To make sure this is played in every elementary school. They're the only people who don't know about it and haven't committed already.
This So the deep state, it's Admiral Yamamoto from Pearl Harbor, the guy that planned the Pearl Harbor attack. He said he believed he went to a sleeping giant. And what I'm afraid of is with their keep poking the American people with a stick, that giant is much, much bigger now.
All right. The sleeping giant.
Wait. He claims that that was also non-military members. There's another 490,000 people in the U.S. military. There's 500,000 people you can take right off the fucking bat. Right off the fucking bat. Done. Total component, U.S. Coast Guard, 1.3. Total active enlisted officers, 108,807, 672. Hold on, I'm looking for something right quick. There's only so if you actually depending on where you look, there might be a shit ton more than that. Hold on. United States Armed Forces reaching military age annually, available for military service. 479,000 active duty. Oh, that's just Army personnel. I was wrong. There's 1.7 million in the military. Yeah, whatever. Active personnel 1.3. There's 1.7 million. I'm sorry. That was just U.S. Army numbers. There's 1.7 million already in the military, and he said that was without the military. There's only 17 million in the U.S. currently that could even enlist in the military.
All right. The sleeping giant is much, much bigger than it was when they talked about waking the sleeping giant in Pearl Harbor. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, we're a far more advanced society too.
Yes.
And we've had the past 5 years of these are your rights. Why don't you know them and why aren't you exercising them? So I mean, the time is coming where we're going to start exercising them. And Sean's hope is that the window doesn't close on us so that we can do that peacefully without the 100 million plus ground movement battle ready packs being involved.
100 million plus ground movement battle ready packs.
Angle and everything with the darkness of the trees on the background. Mazingo Lake.
Spread fear that you're just trying to get your message out. So,
by the way, PAX is military lingo. PAX. If I say this is Longbow 1-6 actual. Headed in, got 36 packs, green to green, headed in. That means that's my unit plus 36 packs, the fucking live souls or whatever. That's military lingo, packs. He's not talking about some type of like backpack.
My research over the last 4 months and
right people so they can do something about it.
In the military and the white hats and everybody.
Anything else, please reach out to me and share with me. We're glad to have you back. Okay.
Awesome. Please do something really quick.
All right, with the urgent measures from Sean.
This is a huge scare tactic, guys. Don't fucking fall for it. It's bullshit. There's no way there's that many people that are willing to stand up and fight. You couldn't get that many people to stand up and fight in goddamn World War II. World War I, the greatest generation. You couldn't get that many people to fight. Anyways, guys, I'm out for the night. It's 1 a.m. Mariah's going to bed, and she owes me about a whole case of pussy. So I'm going to try to cash in a voucher that I got for a rainy day check for the last 6 years. Anyways, thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you for the donations. Daddy Dave tipped $20 right there at the end. Thank you for joining us tonight, Dave. I appreciate it. I know it's hard to get around work and be here. Denise, Bulldozer, Bilebozer, Mark and Carolyn, thank you guys. Dreamweaver was yesterday, but thank you for that. I appreciate it. And over on Buy Me a Coffee, let me refresh it. Bump, 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 bump. Sorry, Mark Panini, we got to go. John Frank, Judy Silver, Shine Your Boot Wheel. Yeah. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it, guys. You guys are awesome, amazing. We'll be back tomorrow. We're doing this 7 nights a week till we figure out something. Anyways, we'll see you guys on the next one. I'm going to play an outro music. I'm going to drop Tony's channel link in. He's fixing to go live. I don't have a link straight to the video, but he'll be live in a minute if you want to go over to Tony's channel. He sent me the thumbnail. It said, "What is the media hiding?" So you guys can go check that out if you want something more to watch tonight. I'll drop it in the Telegram when I get the actual link. Be careful if you're in the Telegram. I posted a video of the stuff that happened up in Minnesota. It's pretty graphic. I put a graphic warning at the top of it, but I don't want anybody to accidentally click on it. It's a pretty graphic video. But either way, we'll see you on the next one, guys. Love you, see you, bye. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good night. See you, Ken. Right, you know that we only do it on Sundays. As many times as you scream, "Oh God, oh God," you'd think you was in church.
Here
we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle
Oh,
up,
he's live right now. Let me grab the right link.
And Mars in the house.
Hey. The jab. Pine needle tea.
Underground Doms save the children.
Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel.
Medbed.
There's the link to straight to Tony's video if you guys want to go check it out.
10 Days of Darkness. Digging Tunnels. Dogecoin. The Evergreen. 19. Vaseline. Boom.
There's an upload of just this video, guys. If you want it, there's an upload of just this video. You can send it to anybody, share it, download it, whatever you got to do.
The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
We are now the news.
It's on my channel. I just uploaded it as a video by itself.
It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set.
It should be the most recent non-live video. Let me check.
Shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't.
Yeah, it's just called Ain't Seen Nothing Yet. Original music by Jay Reese, remixed Froggy Fresh. It's not the most recent not live. It's right before the Rods of God one.
Doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing.
Yeah, no problem.
They rework and copy on Cox that came first, 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, sending runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window?
Everybody have a good night. I'm going to watch some of Tony's video probably while I fall asleep, but we'll see you over there if you go. If not, hit me up at Telegram. See you on the next one.
Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement. And I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6 cents for the stupid shit. Well, my true believer, y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like four in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped them to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This mom's an alcoholic. Give me oh my God. Damn it. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Everybody have a good night. Love you. See you. Bye.
About to get lit, get the place in the